Hello guys, welcome to Imagine Verse. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was the true Alpha Supreme in Teen Wolf and fell in love with Lydia Martin and Malia Tate? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The crossing over the Elder Wand felt wrong in Harry's hand. Even after everything, after Voldemort's body had fallen, after the funerals, after the beginning of Hogwarts reconstruction, the wand seemed to hum with residual dark magic. Harry stood alone in the headmaster's office, moonlight streaming through the windows as portraits of former headmasters watched in silent anticipation. "This has to work," Harry muttered, glancing at the ancient tome open on Dumbledore's desk. The ritual was obscure, designed to cleanse magical artifacts of dark residue. If successful, the Elder Wand could be safely laid to rest with Dumbledore, as Harry had originally planned. He began the incantation, moving the wand in intricate patterns. The Latin phrases felt heavy on his tongue, the magic building around him in shimmering waves. The portraits leaned forward in their frames. Even Snape's usually impassive face showed a flicker of concern. As Harry reached the ritual's crescendo, the Elder Wand began to vibrate violently. A spiderweb of cracks appeared along its length, glowing with an otherworldly light. "That's not supposed to." The wand exploded. Pain seared through Harry as a blinding light engulfed him. He felt himself being compressed, stretched, and torn apart simultaneously. The last thing he heard was Phineas Nigellus Black's voice. "Well, that went spectacularly wrong." Then darkness. Pain woke him. Harry groaned, his body feeling as though he'd been trampled by a herd of hippogriffs. He blinked, trying to orient himself. Trees. Stars. The scent of pine and earth. He was lying on forest ground, the full moon shining brightly overhead. The forbidden forest? No, something felt different. The trees were wrong, these were California redwoods, not Scottish pines. And the smells. Harry froze. He could smell everything. The decomposing leaves beneath him. An owl perched in a tree 30 yards away. The lingering scent of deer that had passed through hours ago. "What the hell?" Harry whispered, pushing himself to his feet. His senses had never been this sharp. Even the moonlight seemed different. He could see as clearly as daylight, but with a silvery quality that made the world look ethereal. A sudden pain gripped his chest. Harry doubled over, gasping. His fingers dug into the soil as something primal clawed its way through his body. His vision blurred, then sharpened beyond anything human. His canines extended into fangs as his fingernails transformed into claws. Bloody hell! The transformation was unlike anything he'd experienced, not painful like the Cruciatus curse, but overwhelming in its intensity. Power surged through him, raw and ancient. When it finally subsided, Harry remained on all fours, panting. A twig snapped in the distance. Harry's head jerked up, his newly enhanced senses pinpointing the source instantly. 3 heartbeats. Human. The metallic scent of guns. The motion sensor picked up something big. A gruff voice whispered. "Spread out. Standard protocol if it's a werewolf." Werewolf? Harry's mind raced. The full moon overhead. The transformation. His enhanced senses. But he hadn't been bitten, had he? No time to puzzle it out. 3 armed men were approaching, and Harry's instincts screamed danger. He tried to apparate, nothing happened. His magic felt different, inaccessible in the usual way, but thrumming beneath his skin in new patterns. There. A flashlight beam caught him. Male, teenager, fully shifted. A gunshot rang out. Harry felt a searing pain in his shoulder, then the bizarre sensation of his body pushing out the bullet as the wound closed almost instantly. Silver didn't work. He's an alpha. Another shot. This time Harry was ready, diving behind a massive tree trunk. His mind whirled. These weren't Death Eaters. They were hunting werewolves. And apparently, they thought he was one. He needed his wand. Harry patted his pockets frantically, finding nothing. Then he noticed a familiar weight against his ankle. His moleskin pouch had survived the journey, strapped securely where he'd taken to keeping it. Inside, his phoenix feather wand waited. The moment his fingers touched the wood, he knew something was different. The wand's magic resonated with his transformed body in a new way. On instinct, Harry pointed it at the approaching hunter and thought, "Expelliarmus!" He didn't speak the spell aloud, but red light erupted from his wand nonetheless, stronger than he'd ever produced before. The hunter's rifle flew into the darkness, and the man stumbled backward with a shout of surprise. "He's got some kind of weapon!" the man yelled. Harry didn't wait. He ran, moving with impossible speed through the unfamiliar forest. Trees blurred past as he outpaced his pursuers within seconds. The sensation was exhilarating, like flying on his firebolt, but with his feet touching the ground. After putting significant distance between himself and the hunters, Harry slowed. What had happened to him? Where was he? His thoughts were interrupted by new heartbeats approaching, faster than human, but not quite like his own. Werewolves? Real werewolves, not like Professor Lupin? Harry crouched, his wand ready, as two figures emerged from the trees. One had glowing red eyes, the other blue. Both sported fangs and claws similar to what Harry now possessed. "Who are you?" the red-eyed one demanded. Young, possibly Harry's age, with an uneven jaw and dark hair. Despite his threatening stance, he didn't project malice. "My name's Harry Potter," he answered, keeping his wand trained on them. "I'm not looking for trouble." The blue-eyed one, older and more intense, sniffed the air. "You smell wrong. Not quite werewolf, but something else." "I don't know what I am," Harry admitted. "Or where I am, for that matter." The red-eyed werewolf exchanged glances with his companion. "I'm Scott McCall. This is Derek Hale. You're in Beacon Hills, California." California? Harry's mind reeled. The ritual had sent him halfway across the world, or perhaps further. "Those hunters are still out there," Derek said, head tilting as he listened. "We should move." Scott nodded. "Can we trust you not to attack us?" "We can help, but we need to get somewhere safe first." Harry hesitated, then lowered his wand slightly. "I'm not going to attack you. But I'm keeping this ready." "Fair enough," Scott said. "Follow us." They led Harry through the forest to a sleek black car hidden on a service road. Derek drove while Scott sat in the back with Harry, maintaining a watchful eye. "So," Scott began, "you have no idea how you became a werewolf?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not even sure I am one. I mean, not in the traditional sense." "You have claws, fangs, and glowing eyes," Derek said dryly from the driver's seat. "What would you call it?" "Complicated," Harry replied. "Where I'm from, werewolves are different. They have no control during the full moon. They transform completely into wolf-like creatures." "Where exactly are you from?" Scott asked. "Your accent sounds British." "London," Harry said, deciding simple answers were best until he understood more. "Though I've been at a boarding school in Scotland." "And the stick you're holding?" Derek's eyes met Harry's in the rearview mirror. "What is that?" Harry hesitated. The statute of secrecy seemed rather irrelevant when he was apparently in another world, or at least, a version of Earth where werewolves were very different. "It's a wand," he finally said. "I'm a wizard." The car swerved slightly before Derek regained control. "A what?" "A wizard. I can do magic. Or could before, whatever happened to me. It feels different now." Scott was staring at him with wide eyes. "Magic? Like actual magic? Spells and potions and stuff?" "Yes, exactly that," Harry said. "Can I assume from your reaction that wizards aren't common here?" "They don't exist," Derek said flatly. "At least, not that we know of." Scott leaned forward. "But we've seen all sorts of supernatural creatures. Canamas, kitsans, berserkers. Why not wizards?" "We need to take him to Deepening," Derek decided. "If anyone can figure this out, he can." "Deepening?" Harry asked. He's a veterinarian, Scott explained, but also an expert on supernatural matters. He's helped us many times. The car pulled up outside a darkened animal clinic. Despite the late hour, Scott seemed confident as he led them to the back door and knocked. A moment later, a bald black man in his 40s opened the door, looking unsurprised to see them. Scott. Derek. His calm gaze settled on Harry. And who might this be? This is Harry Potter, Scott said. Well, we're not sure what he is. He says he's a wizard who somehow turned into something like a werewolf. Deaton's eyebrows rose slightly, the most surprise he seemed capable of showing. Interesting. Come in. The clinic smelled of antiseptic and animals. Deeton led them into an examination room, where Harry found himself the center of attention. May I? Deeton asked, gesturing to Harry's still transformed appearance. Harry nodded cautiously. Deeton circled him, occasionally reaching out to examine Harry's claws or inspect the gleam of his eyes in a small mirror. Fascinating, he murmured. Your eyes, they're neither red, blue, nor gold. They're emerald green. I've never seen anything like it. What does that mean? Harry asked. Eye color signifies status in werewolves, Derek explained. Blue for those who have taken innocent life, gold for betas, red for alphas. Then what's green? Harry asked. That, Deeton said, is the question. He picked up Harry's wand from the examination table where Harry had placed it. And you say this is a magical focus? A wand? Yes, Harry confirmed. Though my magic feels different now. Connected to whatever I've become. Show us, Scott urged. Harry took the wand. He pointed it at a cotton ball on the counter. Wingardium Leviosa. The cotton ball didn't just float, it shot upward, slamming into the ceiling before floating gently back down. Merlin's beard, Harry whispered. It's like my magic is amplified. Deaton's expression was thoughtful. Scott, do you recall what I told you about how you became a true alpha? Scott nodded. You said it was rare, that it happens when a beta rises through strength of character and sheer force of will, rather than by killing an alpha. Precisely. It's the rarest form of werewolf transformation. Deeton turned back to Harry. I believe we're witnessing something unprecedented. A magical being who has somehow acquired the werewolf transformation, but whose magical nature has altered it significantly. The green eyes, the amplified abilities, you're something new. Like a true alpha, but different? Scott asked. More than that, Deeton said. A true Alpha Supreme, perhaps. One whose power comes not just from character, but from magic itself. Harry let this sink in. So I'm stuck like this? Half wizard, half werewolf? I don't know, Deeton admitted. But I suspect your transformation is tied to the lunar cycle, like normal werewolves. When the moon sets, you may return to human form. As for your magical abilities, they seem enhanced rather than diminished. But how did I get here? Harry asked. The last thing I remember, I was performing a ritual to cleanse a powerful magical artifact. Ritual magic can be unpredictable, Deeton said, especially when dealing with powerful artifacts. Without knowing the specifics, I can only speculate that something went wrong, catastrophically wrong, and tore a hole between worlds. Between worlds? Harry echoed. It's the most logical explanation, Deeton said. Your world has wizards and a different type of werewolf. Our world has supernatural creatures but apparently no organized magical community. The ritual must have created a bridge, however temporarily. Harry rubbed his temples, trying to process everything. So I'm in a parallel world, transformed into some unprecedented werewolf-wizard hybrid, with no obvious way home. That about sums it up, Derek said dryly. Scott placed a sympathetic hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll help you figure this out. In the meantime, you'll need somewhere to stay. He can stay with me, Derek offered, surprising everyone. When they stared, he shrugged. My loft has space, and if he loses control, I can handle it better than most. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely touched. There's one more immediate concern, Deepening interjected. Your legal status. You don't exist in this world's records. I know someone who can help with that, Scott said, pulling out his phone. My mom's working tonight, but Sheriff Stilinski should still be at the station. Sheriff Stilinski looked like he'd seen too much in his career to be genuinely surprised by anything anymore. He sat behind his desk, pinching the bridge of his nose as Scott finished explaining Harry's situation. So you want me to create legal documentation for a teenage wizard from another dimension who's also now some kind of super werewolf? He summarized. When you put it like that, it sounds crazy, Scott admitted. No crazier than most Thursdays in Beacon Hills. The sheriff sighed. He looked at Harry, who had returned to human form as the moon set. You sure about this, son? You're not just suffering from some kind of delusion? Harry raised his wand. Avis. A small flock of canaries erupted from the tip, circling the office before vanishing in puffs of smoke. Stilinski's jaw dropped. Okay then. Point taken. He shook his head, composing himself. I can work something up. Foreign exchange student paperwork, temporary ID. British citizens don't need special visas for short stays. We'll say you're here for the semester, staying with Derek, was it? If it's not too much trouble, Harry said. I really appreciate this. Trouble is what we specialize in around here, the sheriff said with a wry smile. Scott, does your mother know about this yet? Not yet. I thought I'd talk to her in the morning. Good idea. She'll need to help enroll him at the high school if we're maintaining this cover. He turned back to Harry. Speaking of which, how old are you? 17. Harry answered. Though I've finished most of my magical education. 17 puts you in senior year here, the sheriff said. Same as Scott and his friends. That should make it easier for them to keep an eye on you. After finalizing the details of Harry's cover story, Derek drove him to the loft, an industrial space with minimal furnishings but plenty of room. Bathrooms there, kitchen's functional enough, Derek said, pointing. You can take the couch for now. We'll figure out something more permanent if you end up staying longer. Thanks, Harry said, sitting heavily on the couch. For everything. Derek studied him for a moment. Scott trusts easily. I don't. But your heartbeat stayed steady through everything you told us. Either you're the best liar I've ever met, or you're telling the truth. No point in lying, Harry said. I've been through enough to know when I need help. Derek nodded, something like respect flashing in his eyes. Get some sleep. Tomorrow will be complicated enough. Sleep came surprisingly easily, despite the circumstances. Harry's exhausted body surrendered to darkness, his dreams a chaotic blend of Hogwarts and this strange new world. Morning brought Styles Stilinski, who burst into the loft with energy that reminded Harry painfully of Fred and George. Where is he? The wizard-wolf? The magical mystery man? The interdimensional Lupin sorcerer? Styles looked around wildly until he spotted Harry on the couch. Holy actual crap, you're real. Harry blinked sleepily. Last time I checked. This is Styles, Derek said unnecessarily, emerging from the kitchen with coffee. Scott told me everything, Styles said, dropping onto the couch beside Harry. So you can do actual magic? Like, legitimately wave a wand and say abracadabra? We don't actually say that, Harry said, amused despite himself. And it's not a good idea to wave wands around casually. Right. Safety first. Styles nodded rapidly. So how does the whole parallel universe thing work? Are there versions of us in your world? Is there a wizard Styles running around with a lightning scar somewhere? Lightning scar? Harry's hand instinctively went to his forehead. Yeah, that one right there. Styles pointed excitedly. How'd you get it? Magical duel? Ritual gone wrong? Childhood werewolf attack? A killing curse that rebounded, Harry said quietly. It's complicated. A killing curse? Styles sobered slightly. Like actual death magic? That's a thing? Unfortunately, yes. Harry sipped the coffee Derek had handed him. Dark wizards are very real where I come from. Are you a dark wizard? Styles asked bluntly. Styles, Derek growled warningly. What? Valid question. Guy shows up with death scars and super werewolf powers. We should probably establish if he's team good guy or team world domination. I fought against dark wizards, Harry said firmly. Lost a lot of people I cared about doing it. I'm not interested in causing more pain. Styles studied him for a moment, then nodded. Good enough for me. For now. The loft door opened again as Scott arrived with his mother, a kind-faced woman in scrubs who looked like she just finished a night shift. So you're Harry, she said, giving him an appraising look. Scott told me what happened. Or what you think happened, anyway. It's all true, Mrs. McCall, Harry said, standing to greet her properly. Call me Melissa, she said, her expression softening. And I believe you. I've seen enough in this town to know that impossible is just Tuesday around here. We've got your enrollment paperwork, Scott said, holding up a folder. Mom pulled some strings at the hospital to get medical records created. Dad, the sheriff, got your temporary ID sorted. You're officially Harry Potter, exchange student from London. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. All of you. Don't thank us yet, Styles said. You still have to survive Beacon Hills High School. The school looked nothing like Hogwarts. Blocky and utilitarian, it lacked the magical castle's grandeur and history. Yet as Harry approached the main entrance beside Scott and Styles, he felt a familiar knot of anxiety in his stomach, the same he'd felt before his first day at Hogwarts. Relax, Scott said, sensing Harry's tension. Just stick with us. First period is economics with Coach Finstock. He's intense but harmless. Mostly harmless, Styles amended. Like 60-40 on the harmless to psychotic ratio. Inside, the halls teemed with students. Harry felt overwhelmed by the sensory input, hundreds of heartbeats, countless conversations, and a kaleidoscope of scents his enhanced senses could now detect. Scott seemed to notice his discomfort. Focus on one thing at a time, he advised quietly. Your hearing, then your smell. Don't try to process everything at once. Harry nodded gratefully, trying Scott's technique. It helped somewhat, though the cacophony remained disorienting. Oh, heads up, Styles muttered. Queen bee at 10 o'clock. Harry turned to see a strawberry blonde girl approaching, walking with the confident air of someone used to commanding attention. Her designer outfit and perfectly styled hair reminded Harry vaguely of how Lavender Brown had tried to present herself, but this girl carried it with an authenticity that suggested it wasn't a put-on. Scott, Styles, she greeted them, before her green eyes landed on Harry. And you must be the exchange student everyone's talking about. Everyone's talking about me? Harry asked, surprised. Small town, new face, she explained with a slight shrug. Word travels fast. I'm Lydia Martin. Harry Potter. He extended his hand, which she took with a firm grip. The moment their fingers touched, Harry felt an unexpected jolt, not quite magical, not quite physical, but something in between. From Lydia's slightly widened eyes, she felt it too. Interesting, she murmured, releasing his hand. Where in England are you from? London, Harry said, sticking to his cover story. Though I've been at boarding school in Scotland the past few years. Lydia studied him with newfound interest. Well, Harry Potter from London via Scotland, what's your first class? Economics, apparently. With Finstock? Good luck. She smiled, revealing perfect teeth. I have AP Physics. Perhaps I'll see you later. As she walked away, Harry became aware that both Scott and Styles were staring at him with identical expressions of disbelief. Dude, Styles whispered furiously. What was that? What was what? That. Styles gestured wildly toward Lydia's retreating form. Lydia Martin does not stop to talk to new kids. She doesn't even stop to talk to old kids unless they're on her approved social interaction list. Which we barely made after saving her life multiple times, Scott added. Harry frowned. She seemed perfectly friendly to me. Yeah, that's the weird part, Styles said. Also, did you guys feel that thing? When they touched? There was definitely a thing. Scott nodded. I smelled it. Like ozone. Like when supernatural stuff is happening. Styles finished. Is Lydia on your wizard-dar or something? I don't have a wizard-dar, Harry said, bemused. But there was something familiar about her energy. Lydia's a banshee, Scott explained as they walked toward class. She can sense death, among other abilities. A banshee? Harry echoed. I thought they were just legends. Says the wizard-werewolf, Styles quipped. Economics class was as bizarre as Scott and Styles had warned. Coach Finstock prowled the front of the classroom like an agitated cat, occasionally shouting economic principles as if they were plays in a critical lacrosse match. When he spotted Harry, he zeroed in immediately. New meat! Potter, right? British? He didn't wait for confirmation. Tell me, what would Margaret Thatcher say about surplus value theory? Air. Harry blinked, completely blindsided. That's what I thought. Finstock crowed triumphantly, though Harry hadn't actually said anything. Economic illiteracy is international, people. This is why we're doomed as a species. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of introductions and explanations. Harry found himself particularly adrift in chemistry, where the periodic table might as well have been written in ancient runes. At least in defense against the dark arts, he could draw on practical experience. Here, he was starting from nothing. Lunch brought a welcome break. Scott led Harry to a table where several others were already gathered. Harry, this is Kira Yukimura, Scott said, introducing an Asian girl with a warm smile. And this is Liam Dunbar, my beta. Beta? Harry questioned. I'm a werewolf too, Liam explained quietly. Scott bit me to save my life last year. I'm a kitsune, Kira added. Fox spirit. And I'm Malia, said a girl with light brown hair who dropped into the seat beside Styles. We're coyote. Harry's head spun with the casual way they announced their supernatural natures. Is everyone at this school some kind of magical creature? Nah, just our little group of misfits, Styles said cheerfully. Though percentage-wise, Beacon Hills does have an abnormally high supernatural population. Something about the Nemeton, this ancient magic tree stump that acts like a supernatural beacon. A magical nexus, Harry murmured. We have those in my world too. They draw magical energy. That must be what pulled you here, Scott suggested. When your ritual went wrong, the Nemeton might have acted like a magnet for your magical energy. Lunch conversation turned to catching Harry up on Beacon Hill's recent supernatural history, Kanamas, Alpha Packs, Nojitsuns, and dead pools. It made Voldemort seem almost straightforward by comparison. So this town is basically constantly under supernatural attack? Harry clarified. Welcome to Beacon Hills, Kira said with a small smile. Where the normal life expectancy is until the next monster shows up. Speaking of which, Malia said, her head tilting in a canine gesture. Something feels off today. Anyone else sense it? Scott nodded. There's a tension in the air. I've been feeling it since morning. Harry had noticed it too, a strange pressure, like the calm before a magical storm. He'd attributed it to his own disorientation, but if the others felt it too, could it be connected to Harry's arrival? Kira suggested. Possibly, Scott said. Or something else entirely. We should be on alert. The afternoon brought AP Physics, and Harry found himself seated next to Lydia Martin. The classroom was arranged with 2 students per lab table, and most seats had filled by the time Harry arrived. Saved you a spot, Lydia said, patting the stool beside her. Figured you could use a knowledgeable lab partner. Thanks, Harry said, slightly puzzled by her continued interest. Fair warning though, physics wasn't part of my curriculum at my old school. What exactly did they teach at this boarding school? Lydia asked, lowering her voice. Harry hesitated. Specialized subjects. Magical subjects? She whispered, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. Harry stiffened. What makes you say that? Please, Lydia said with a delicate eye roll. I'm a banshee who hangs out with werewolves. I know supernatural when I see it. Plus, you literally radiate magical energy. I could feel it the moment we touched. Scott mentioned you were perceptive, Harry said carefully. Scott was being diplomatic. I'm brilliant, she corrected without a trace of false modesty. So, wizard? Yes, Harry admitted, seeing no point in denying it. Though apparently I'm also a werewolf now. Or something like it. Fascinating, Lydia murmured. We should talk more after school. Compare notes. About what? About being the smart supernatural being that everyone underestimates, she said with a small, secretive smile. The physics lesson proved surprisingly engaging. The teacher, Mr. Parks, had a talent for making complex concepts accessible. Harry found himself drawing parallels between certain physical principles and magic theory. The conservation of energy, for instance, mirrored Gamp's elemental laws of transfiguration. You're catching on quickly for someone with no physics background, Lydia observed as they worked through a problem set together. It's not so different from some magical theory, Harry said quietly. Different terminology, but similar concepts. I'd love to hear more about that, Lydia said, genuine interest lighting her features. The intersection of science and magic must be fascinating. For the first time since arriving in Beacon Hills, Harry felt a flicker of excitement about his situation. If he was truly stuck here, at least there were aspects worth exploring, and people worth knowing. The feeling lasted until the end of the school day, when Harry stepped outside to find Scott and the others gathered in urgent conversation. What's happened? Harry asked, approaching them. Isaac just texted, Scott explained, referring to another pack member Harry hadn't met yet. The hunters from last night are asking questions all over town about a green-eyed werewolf. They're saying you used some kind of weapon they've never seen before. My wand, Harry realized. They saw me use magic. Which means you're officially on their radar as a creature of interest, Styles said grimly. And not in the good let's take him to dinner and ask about his hobbies way. We should get you somewhere safe, Scott decided. Derek's loft is secure, but they might know about it. I can defend myself, Harry pointed out. Against guns? Malia asked skeptically. I've faced worse, Harry said, thinking of Death Eaters and their killing curses. But I understand your concern. We need to know more about these hunters, Scott said. Figure out if they're just passing through or if they've set up a more permanent operation. I can help with that, a new voice said. Harry turned to see Lydia approaching, her expression resolute. My mother's on the planning commission. She mentioned a new group leasing an industrial space on the edge of town. Said they were wildlife researchers. Wildlife researchers, Styles repeated sarcastically. Sure, if by wildlife they mean anything with claws and fangs. We should check it out, Scott said. Tonight, after dark? I'm coming with you, Harry insisted. It might not be safe, Scott began. All the more reason to have a wizard along, Harry countered. Besides, they're hunting me specifically. I should know what we're dealing with. Scott hesitated, then nodded. All right. But we're just doing reconnaissance. No confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Fine by me, Harry agreed. After years of Hermione's influence, he'd learned the value of gathering information before charging in. The thought of Hermione, and by extension, Ron and all his other friends, sent a pang through his chest. Were they searching for him? Did they even know he was alive? You okay? Lydia asked quietly, noticing his expression. Just thinking about home, Harry said. People I left behind. Lydia's eyes softened with understanding. We'll help you find a way back. If it's possible. And if it's not? Harry couldn't help asking. Then we'll help you build a new life here, she said simply. Her certainty was comforting. Harry nodded his thanks, then turned back to Scott. When do we leave? Nightfall found Harry, Scott, Styles, and Lydia parked in Styles' battered jeep a block away from the industrial building the hunters had leased. Derek and Malia were approaching from another direction, coordinating by text. Remind me why I'm here, Styles whispered, though they were still inside the vehicle. I'm the only one without supernatural powers or weapons. You're our human alibi, Scott explained patiently. If anyone official stops us, we're just teenagers hanging out. Right. Because teenagers regularly hang out in industrial zones at night, Styles muttered. I should disillusion us, Harry suggested, drawing his wand. Make us invisible. You can do that? Lydia asked, intrigued. Harry nodded. It's not perfect, but it'll make us harder to spot. He tapped his wand on each of their heads in turn, murmuring the charm. The familiar sensation of cold trickles spread from the point of contact as they each took on the appearance of their surroundings. Whoa! Scott breathed, looking down at his now transparent body. That's amazing. This is so weird, Styles said, waving his barely visible hand in front of his face. I can still feel myself, but I can see through myself. The charm bends light around us, Harry explained. We can still see each other if we look carefully, but to others, we're nearly invisible. Useful, Lydia commented. Let's go. They exited the jeep and moved toward the building. Harry felt a curious blend of familiarity and strangeness. The disillusionment charm was comfortingly familiar, but using it while in the company of a werewolf, a banshee, and a human was decidedly novel. As they neared the building, Scott suddenly froze, raising a hand to stop them. Heartbeats inside, he whispered. At least 6 people. And something else, mechanical sounds. Harry concentrated, his enhanced werewolf hearing picking up what Scott had detected. Sounds like they're assembling something. Weapons, probably, Styles suggested. They crept closer, finding a side window that offered a partial view inside. Through the dirty glass, they could make out several men and women moving purposefully around what looked like a makeshift armory. Tables were covered with disassembled guns, crossbows, and other more exotic-looking weapons. That's not standard hunter gear, Scott whispered. Some of those look advanced. Harry spotted something that made his blood run cold. Those containers on the far table, they look like extraction equipment. Extraction for what? Styles asked. Supernatural essence, Lydia answered, her eyes widening with realization. Like what they tried to do to me last year. They're not just hunting, Harry said grimly. They're harvesting. A tall man with military short hair entered their field of view, spreading a map across one of the tables. Others gathered around as he pointed to various marked locations. That's their leader, Scott murmured. The one giving orders. The man spoke, his voice just audible through the glass. The green-eyed wolf is our primary target. According to Monroe's intelligence, this type hasn't been seen before. Could be a hybrid, could be something entirely new. Either way, its essence could be the key component we've been missing. They want to drain my power, Harry realized. Use it for something. We need to hear more, Lydia whispered. Can you get us inside? Harry considered their options. I could try an extension of the disillusionment charm, maybe combined with a silencing spell for our movements. But getting past the locked door without making noise would be tricky. Leave that to me, Scott said. He pointed to a small ventilation duct near the roof. We can enter through there. The disillusionment will keep us hidden once we're inside. With careful coordination, they managed to reach the vent. Scott pried it open with his claws, creating barely any noise. One by one, they squeezed through, Harry going last and sealing the vent behind them with a quick reparo charm. Inside, they crouched on a catwalk that overlooked the main floor. The disillusionment charm kept them hidden as they watched the hunters below. The extraction process has been refined, the leader was saying. Keller's team successfully harvested a Wendigo last week without killing the subject. The essence remained stable for nearly 72 hours. And you think this green-eyed wolf will yield more potent results? Asked a woman with a distinctive scar across her jawline. Monroe believes so. Whatever it is, it's powerful enough to repel silver and heal almost instantly. We've never seen anything like it. And the weapon it used? Another hunter asked. Unknown. Possibly some kind of energy projector. All the more reason to capture it intact for study. Harry felt a chill run through him. These people spoke of supernatural beings, of him, as if they were nothing more than laboratory specimens. The leader moved to a large metal case, opening it to reveal what looked like sophisticated tranquilizer rifles. These are loaded with the new compound. 3 times stronger than what we've used before, enhanced with wolfsbane, canema venom, and mistletoe extract. Should take down anything short of an alpha pack. What about the McCall pack? The scarred woman asked. They'll protect the new creature. Then we'll take them too, the leader said simply. Monroe has been wanting to clean out Beacon Hills for years. This is our chance. Scott tensed beside Harry, his eyes flashing red momentarily before he regained control. A phone rang, and the leader answered it. Chambers here. He listened for a moment. Understood. We'll move immediately. He hung up and addressed his team. We have a location. The creature was spotted entering the old Hale loft with McCall and Martin. We move in 20 minutes. Full tactical gear. Derek. Scott whispered in alarm. They're going after Derek's place. We need to warn him. Styles hissed. And get there before they do. Lydia added. They began retreating toward the vent, but as they moved, Styles' foot caught on a loose piece of metal. The resulting clang echoed through the warehouse. The hunters below immediately went silent, weapons raised. We've got company, the leader said coldly. Sweep the building. Use the thermal scanners. The disillusionment won't hide our body heat. Harry whispered urgently. We need to move. Now. They abandoned stealth for speed, racing along the catwalk toward the vent. Below, hunters were deploying what looked like advanced thermal imaging devices. I've got readings on the catwalk, one shouted. A tranquilizer dart embedded itself in the metal railing inches from Harry's hand. Go! Scott urged, pushing Styles ahead of him toward the vent. Harry spun, wand raised. Protego! The shield charm expanded between them and the hunters, deflecting several more darts. It's him! The leader shouted. The green-eyed wolf! Take him alive! Lydia grabbed Harry's arm. We need to go! Get through the vent, Harry told her. I'll hold them off. We're not leaving you, Scott insisted, his eyes glowing red as he partially shifted. Harry made a split-second decision. Ventus Maxima! A powerful gust of wind erupted from his wand, knocking the hunters off their feet and scattering their equipment. In the confusion, Scott pulled the vent cover off completely. Everyone out, now! They scrambled through one by one, Styles, then Lydia, then Scott. Harry backed toward the opening, maintaining his shield charm as hunters recovered and began firing again. Just as Harry reached the vent, a dart penetrated his weakening shield, striking his shoulder. Immediately, fire spread through his veins. Harry! Scott reached back through the vent, grabbing him and pulling him through with werewolf strength. They tumbled onto the roof, Harry's vision already swimming from whatever toxin had been in the dart. We need to get him to Deepening, Scott said, pulling the dart from Harry's shoulder. This is bad. I can't. Harry tried to raise his wand, but his arm felt leaden. Vulnera. Sinenter. The half-formed healing spell sputtered from his wand, providing minimal relief. The jeep's too far, Styles said frantically. They'll catch us before we reach it. Then we run, Scott decided, lifting Harry onto his back. Styles, call Derek. Warn him about the raid. Lydia, call Deepening. Tell him we're coming and what happened. The world blurred as Scott took off at supernatural speed, carrying Harry through the night. Behind them, shouts and the sounds of pursuit faded gradually. The toxin continued to spread through Harry's system, bringing with it waves of burning pain and increasing weakness. Stay with us, Harry, Scott urged as he ran. Focus on my voice. The hunters, Harry managed to say. Derek. Styles reached him. Lydia assured him, running alongside Scott with surprising speed for someone without supernatural abilities. He and Malia are evacuating the loft. They'll be safe. The pain intensified, and Harry felt something stirring within him, his magic and his werewolf nature both responding to the threat. Green light began to emanate from his skin, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. What's happening to him? Lydia asked, alarmed. I don't know, Scott admitted. But we need to hurry. Through his increasingly fragmented consciousness, Harry became aware of the full moon rising above the trees. Its light seemed to call to him, offering strength. Instinctively, he reached for it, drawing on both his magic and his werewolf sides simultaneously. The world went white, then green, then black. Harry awakened to the sterile smell of Deeton's clinic. He blinked, his vision gradually clearing to reveal concerned faces gathered around him. Welcome back, Deeton said, checking Harry's pupils with a small light. You gave us quite a scare. What happened? Harry asked, his throat dry. Your body rejected the toxin, Scott explained. But not before it triggered some kind of transformation. Your eyes were glowing so brightly we could barely look at you, Lydia added. And you were levitating 6 inches above the examination table. Harry tried to sit up, wincing at residual soreness throughout his body. The hunters? Lost our trail, Scott assured him. Derek and Malia are safe too. They abandoned the loft in time. But now we have a bigger problem, Styles said. Those hunters saw you use magic. They know you're not just a werewolf. Which makes you an even more valuable target, Deeton concluded. Your hybrid nature, magic and werewolf combined, is unprecedented. They'll be even more determined to capture you now. Great, Harry muttered. Just what I needed. There's something else, Lydia said hesitantly. While you were unconscious, I felt something. A connection. What kind of connection? Harry asked. It's hard to explain, she said, frustration evident in her voice. As a banshee, I sensed death. But with you, I sensed possibility. Like you exist in multiple states simultaneously. Quantum werewolf, Styles quipped, earning a glare from Lydia. It's more than that, she insisted. I think your presence here is causing ripples in the supernatural fabric of Beacon Hills. You're changing things just by existing here. Changing things how? Harry asked, concerned. I don't know yet, she admitted. But I want to find out. The determination in her eyes was both intense and somehow comforting. If you'll let me help you. I could use all the help I can get, Harry said honestly. Scott stepped forward. We need to move you somewhere safer than Derek's loft. Somewhere the hunters won't think to look. He can stay with me, Lydia offered, surprising everyone. My mother's away at a real estate conference for the week. The house is large, and no one would expect to find him there. Are you sure? Scott asked. It could be dangerous. My house has excellent security, Lydia said firmly. And I'm not exactly helpless myself. Harry looked at her, seeing determination and something else in her expression, genuine concern, yes, but also curiosity. The scientist in her wanted to understand him, and the supernatural being in her felt connected to him somehow. If you're sure it's not an imposition, Harry said. It's decided then, Lydia declared. You're coming home with me tonight. Styles made a choking sound that he quickly disguised as a cough. Lydia's house was indeed impressive, a spacious, modern home with tasteful decor that spoke of wealth without ostentation. She led Harry to a guest room larger than the Dursleys' entire upper floor. Bathrooms through there, she said, pointing to a door. I put out fresh towels and some clothes that might fit you. They belong to a friend who used to stay over sometimes. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, for all of this. You barely know me. Lydia regarded him thoughtfully. Maybe not. But I know what it's like to discover you're something other than human, something people fear and want to use. It's not a journey anyone should face alone. The empathy in her voice struck a chord with Harry. In my world, I was famous from infancy, for surviving a killing curse, for being the boy who lived. Being Harry Potter always meant being something people projected their needs onto. And now you're something entirely new, Lydia said softly, with no one's expectations to fulfill except your own. I hadn't thought of it that way, Harry admitted. Get some rest, she advised. Tomorrow, we can start figuring out exactly what you are, and what it means. After she left, Harry showered, the hot water washing away the lingering effects of the toxin. As steam filled the bathroom, he caught his reflection in the mirror and froze. His eyes were glowing, not the gold of a beta werewolf, not the red of an alpha, but an intense emerald green that matched the killing curse's color. Within that glow, he could see flecks of something that looked like magical energy swirling in his irises. What am I becoming? He whispered to his reflection. The question lingered in his mind as he dressed in the borrowed clothes and collapsed onto the guest bed. Despite the day's chaos, sleep found him quickly. His dreams were filled with images of magic and moonlight, of running through forests he'd never seen, and of two distinct female forms always just ahead of him, one with strawberry blonde hair flowing in the wind, the other not yet clear but somehow equally important. Morning brought clarity and renewed purpose. Harry found Lydia in the kitchen, already dressed impeccably and working on her laptop while sipping coffee. Sleep well? She asked, not looking up from her screen. Better than expected, Harry admitted. What are you working on? Research, she replied, turning the laptop to show him. I've been compiling information on interdimensional travel theories, supernatural hybridization, and magical conduits. Harry blinked, impressed. All that since last night? I don't require much sleep, she said with a small shrug. And this is fascinating. Look at this. She pulled up an ancient-looking text she'd somehow digitized. This is from a bestiary, the Argents, another hunter family, but mostly allies now, compiled over generations. There's a reference to something called a Nexus being, a creature that exists at the intersection of multiple supernatural bloodlines or powers. And you think that's what I am? Possibly, Lydia said. The text is frustratingly vague, but it mentions that such beings can act as bridges between supernatural realms, drawing power from multiple sources simultaneously. Like magic and werewolf energy, Harry suggested. Precisely. Lydia looked excited now. Your arrival might not have been an accident, Harry. The ritual may have transformed you into this Nexus being because you were already magically powerful, and Beacon Hills called to that power. So the Nemeton brought me here deliberately? The idea was unsettling. Or responded to your presence across dimensions, Lydia theorized. Either way, I think you're meant to be here, at least for now. Before Harry could respond, his phone buzzed, a new device Scott had given him for emergencies. The text was from Scott. Pack meeting at Derek's new place. 10 a.m. Important. Scott's called a meeting. Harry told Lydia, showing her the text. I got the same message. She confirmed, checking her own phone. We should go. Derek's new place turned out to be an abandoned rail depot that he'd apparently used before. The pack was gathered in a cleared area, sitting on various makeshift seats, crates, old chairs, a dilapidated sofa. Thanks for coming, Scott said as Harry and Lydia joined them. We have a situation. More than hunters trying to harvest Harry's magical werewolf juice? Styles asked. Yes, Scott said grimly. Isaac found something in the preserve this morning. Show them. Isaac, a tall, curly-haired young man Harry hadn't met yet, stepped forward holding a plastic evidence bag. Inside was what looked like a claw, but unlike any Harry had seen before, it glowed with a faint purple light and seemed to be made of some crystalline substance. What is that? Malia asked, leaning forward to examine it. I think it's a Wendigo claw, Isaac said. But changed somehow. It's been infused with something, Deepening said, carefully taking the bag. The hunter's extraction process isn't just for collecting supernatural essence, They're using it to create hybrids. Like what happened to Jackson with the Canema venom? Lydia asked, concern evident in her voice. Similar, but more deliberate, Deepening explained. They're combining supernatural elements to create enhanced hunters or weapons. And they want me because I'm already a natural hybrid, Harry realized. A ready-made source of dual power. Which means we need to be extra cautious, Scott said. No one goes anywhere alone. Harry, you especially need to stay protected. I can protect myself, Harry pointed out, slightly irritated. I know you can, Scott acknowledged. But you're still adjusting to both your werewolf abilities and how your magic works in this world. Until we know more about what these hunters are capable of, we need to stick together. Harry wanted to argue but recognized the logic in Scott's words. Fine. But I won't be a prisoner. No one's suggesting that, Lydia said, placing a calming hand on his arm. But perhaps we should focus on understanding your abilities better. The more control you have, the safer you'll be. Deeton and I have been talking about that, Derek said. We think Harry should train both aspects of his nature, the werewolf side with us, the magical side with Deeton, who has some experience with druidic magic. That sounds reasonable, Harry agreed. There's something else, Scott said hesitantly. The full moon is in 2 weeks. We don't know how it will affect you, given your unique nature. I've already transformed once, Harry pointed out. Under stress and when you first arrived, Derek countered. The full moon's pull is different, stronger, more primal. It affects even-born werewolves. For bitten wolves, the first full moon is particularly intense. Basically, you might go all big bad wolf on us. Styles summarized. No offense. None taken, Harry said dryly. So what's the plan? Training starts today, Scott decided. We'll work with your werewolf side first, then magical training with Deeton this evening. And I'll continue researching Nexus beings, Lydia added. There must be more information out there somewhere. As the meeting concluded and the pack dispersed to their various tasks, Harry felt a curious mix of emotions. The situation was dire, yes, hunters, hybrids, impending full moon challenges, but for the first time since arriving in this world, he felt a sense of purpose forming. Ready for werewolf boot camp? Scott asked with a small smile. Harry stood, squaring his shoulders. Ready as I'll ever be. Werewolf training took place in the Beacon Hills Preserve, far from hiking trails or roads. Scott, Derek, Malia, and Liam formed a loose circle around Harry. The first thing to understand, Derek began, is that transformation is tied to emotion. Anger, fear, stress, they all trigger the shift. Control comes from finding an anchor, something that keeps you human. What's your anchor? Harry asked. It varies, Scott explained. Mine used to be Allison, my first love. Now it's more about my responsibility to my pack, my friends. Derek uses anger. Liam uses the mantra the sun, the moon, the truth. In my world, werewolves had no control during full moons, Harry said. They transformed completely into wolf-like creatures and lost all human consciousness. That sounds more like how I was, Malia commented. I lived as a full coyote for years after my first transformation. You're different, Derek said firmly. Your eyes already show that. You need to find what works for you. They began with basic control exercises, triggering partial transformations and then pulling back. Harry found it surprisingly intuitive. Years of occlumency training, however reluctant and unsuccessful, had given him some foundation for controlling his mental state. Good, Scott encouraged after Harry successfully extended and retracted his claws several times in succession. Now try your eyes. Feel the power behind them, let it rise to the surface. Harry concentrated, focusing on the sensation of energy behind his eyes. When he opened them, the others were staring in fascination. They're brighter than yesterday, Malia observed. More intense. Like looking at pure magic, Liam added. How does it feel? Derek asked. Strange, Harry admitted. Like looking through a pensieve, everything's clearer, more defined. I can see details I couldn't before. They moved on to more advanced exercises, scent tracking, heightened hearing control, rapid movement. Harry's magical background gave him unexpected advantages in some areas. His experience with nonverbal spellcasting, for instance, translated well to the mental focus needed for controlled transformation. "You're a natural," Scott said after Harry successfully followed Malia's scent trail through a complicated route in the forest. "Better than any of us were at first. It helps that I'm not fighting it," Harry said. "After everything I've been through, becoming a werewolf isn't actually the strangest thing that's happened to me." This drew curious looks from the others. What could be stranger than that? Liam wondered. "Discovering you're a wizard at 11 after being raised by magic-hating relatives," Harry began. "Fighting a basilisk at 12. Time travel at 13. Being forced into a deadly tournament at 14. Finding out you're prophesied to defeat the darkest wizard of all time. Dying and coming back to life. Take your pick." There was a moment of stunned silence. "Okay, you win the Weird Life competition," Malia declared. "You died?" Derek asked, his usual stoicism giving way to genuine shock. "Temporarily," Harry said with a shrug that belied the trauma of the experience. "It's complicated. I think," Scott said slowly, "we have a lot more to learn about each other." The training continued through the afternoon, interspersed with Harry sharing carefully edited versions of his adventures at Hogwarts. He found it surprisingly cathartic to talk about his past with people who accepted the magical elements without question, who lived with their own supernatural realities daily. By late afternoon, Harry had mastered basic transformation control and was working on more advanced skills like heightened jumping and the beginnings of tracking by scent. His magical abilities seemed to enhance his werewolf skills rather than conflicting with them. "One last test before we head to Deepening," Scott said. "Combat training." "You want to fight me?" Harry asked, surprised. "Just sparring," Scott clarified. "No claws, no magic. Just testing your reflexes and instincts." Harry nodded, taking a ready stance opposite Scott. Though he'd faced numerous physical challenges, formal combat training had never been part of his education at Hogwarts. Wizards relied on wands, not fists. Scott moved first, feinting left before striking right. Harry's enhanced reflexes allowed him to dodge, but his counterattack was awkward and easily blocked. "Don't overthink," Derek called from the sidelines. "Let your wolf instincts guide your movements." Harry tried again, this time allowing his newfound instincts more freedom. The results were immediate. His body seemed to know intuitively how to move, where to strike, when to dodge. The sparring match intensified, with Scott gradually increasing his speed and strength as Harry adapted. Soon they were moving with supernatural quickness, each attack and defense flowing into the next. "Enough," Scott finally called, stepping back with an impressed expression. "You're learning incredibly fast." "It feels natural," Harry admitted, surprised to find he wasn't even winded. "Like flying a broom the first time, my body knows what to do even if my mind hasn't caught up yet." "Your magic and werewolf nature are harmonizing," Derek observed. "That's unusual. Most bitten werewolves struggle with the duality for months." "Maybe it's because I'm already used to being something non-ordinary," Harry suggested. "I've never really been just human, even before this." The observation hung in the air, both profound and somewhat melancholy. "We should head to Deepening," Scott said, checking his watch. "Your magical training is next." Deeton's approach to magical training differed dramatically from anything Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. There were no textbooks, no specific incantations, no systematic curriculum. Magic in this world works differently, Deeton explained as they gathered in the back room of the animal clinic. "It's more about intent and belief than specific words or movements. Druids, for instance, use ritual and symbolism to focus natural energies. But my wand magic still works," Harry pointed out, demonstrating with a simple Lumos spell that lit the tip of his wand. "Yes, because your wand is a conduit from your world, attuned to your specific magical signature, Deeton said. But I suspect you'll find that as you acclimate to this world, your magic will evolve. It's already changing, Harry admitted. Spells are stronger, and I can perform some of them nonverbally more easily than before. Your werewolf nature is amplifying your magical core, Deeton theorized. The question is whether you can access magic without your wand, as you might need to if you're ever separated from it. They began with simple exercises, focusing Harry's magical intent without relying on his wand or incantations. At first, results were sporadic. Sometimes nothing happened, other times, effects were explosively powerful. Your magic responds to emotion, just like your werewolf transformation, Deeton observed after Harry accidentally shattered a glass jar during a moment of frustration. You need to find balance between control and power. Lydia, who had joined them after completing her research for the day, offered a suggestion. What if he uses the same anchor technique for both his magic and his wolf? That could work, Deeton said thoughtfully. Harry, what keeps you centered during magical casting? Harry considered the question. At Hogwarts, magic had been about precise wand movements and correct pronunciation. But his most powerful magic had always come in moments of great need or emotion, producing his Patronus to save Sirius, for instance. When I cast my strongest spells, Harry said slowly, I'm usually thinking about protecting someone I care about. Or I'm completely focused on a single purpose. Then that's your anchor, Lydia said decisively. Focus on protection, on using your power to keep others safe. With this approach, Harry's progress accelerated. By visualizing his friends, both from his old world and his new one, he found he could channel his magic more effectively, even without standard incantations. Remarkable, Deeton murmured as Harry successfully levitated several objects simultaneously without his wand. You're adapting faster than I anticipated. I've had practice adjusting to impossible situations, Harry said with a wry smile. As the session wound down, Deeton brought out an ancient-looking book. Lydia shared her Nexus Being theory with me. I found some additional information that might interest you both. He opened the book to a marked page, revealing illustrations of beings surrounded by multicolored auras. According to this text, Nexus beings are conduits between supernatural realms. They can draw power from multiple sources and, in theory, create pathways between worlds. Are you saying I could create a way back to my world? Harry asked, hope flaring in his chest. Potentially, Deeton said cautiously. But not without significant risk. The text warns that such crossings require tremendous power and perfect balance between all aspects of the Nexus being's nature. Which you're still developing, Lydia pointed out. You'd need complete harmony between your magical and werewolf sides. How long would that take? Harry asked. That depends entirely on you, Deeton replied. Some never achieve it. Others find their balance in moments of great need. The hope in Harry's chest dimmed but didn't extinguish entirely. A path home existed, however theoretical. That was more than he'd had yesterday. There's something else, Deeton continued, turning to another page. Nexus beings often form supernatural bonds with others whose energies complement their own. These bonds strengthen their abilities and help stabilize their dual nature. Bonds? Harry echoed. What kind of bonds? Various kinds. Mentor and student. Alpha and beta. Friend and confidant. Deeton paused significantly. Mate and mate. Oh, Harry said, suddenly very aware of Lydia's presence beside him. The text suggests that ideal bonds involve beings whose natures resonate on complementary frequencies. Deeton continued, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the sudden tension. For instance, a being with death-sensing abilities might form a powerful bond with one who has cheated death. Lydia's eyes widened slightly. Like a banshee and someone who's died and returned. Precisely, Deeton confirmed. Such bonds develop naturally over time, strengthening both parties. Harry glanced at Lydia, finding her already looking at him with an expression of scientific curiosity mingled with something more personal. You mentioned you died and came back, she said quietly. Is that why I feel this connection to you? Because my banshee nature recognizes that death touch in you? It's a plausible theory. Deeton agreed before Harry could respond. But bonds can't be forced or artificially created. They form organically or not at all. The implications hung in the air as Deeton closed the book. That's enough for today. Harry, practice focusing your magical intent without your wand. The more you can internalize your power, the less dependent you'll be on external tools. As they prepared to leave, Scott received a text that made him frown. It's from Argent. He's tracked the hunters to a new location. They're meeting with someone tonight, someone important. Monroe? Derek asked, naming the hunter leader they'd mentioned previously. No, Scott said, looking troubled. Someone new. Argent doesn't recognize him from any known hunter families. We should investigate. Harry suggested immediately. Too risky. Scott countered. They're specifically hunting for you, and after last night, they'll be on high alert. Which is exactly why I should be involved. Harry insisted. My disillusionment charm can hide us better than any conventional approach. Scott hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. All right, but we keep our distance. Reconnaissance only. And at the first sign of danger, we leave. No exceptions. Agreed, Harry said, though part of him, the part that had faced Voldemort and Death Eaters, was prepared for confrontation if necessary. Some instincts transcended worlds. The hunters' meeting took place at an abandoned power station on the outskirts of town. Harry, Scott, and Derek approached under the protection of Harry's disillusionment charm, moving silently through the darkness. 6 heartbeats inside, Scott whispered. 5 we've encountered before, plus 1 new one. They positioned themselves near a broken window, maintaining enough distance to avoid detection, while still being able to observe and listen. Inside, the hunters Harry recognized from the warehouse stood in a loose semicircle around a man whose back was turned to the window. Our sources confirmed it, the leader, Chambers, was saying. A hybrid entity with characteristics of both werewolf and something unknown. It can manipulate energy, create barriers, and move objects without touching them. And you believe this is the catalyst we've been seeking? The unknown man asked, his voice cultured and faintly accented, European, but not British. All evidence suggests so, Chambers replied. The essence extraction would yield unprecedented results. The man turned slightly, his profile becoming visible. He was older, perhaps in his 50s, with silver-streaked dark hair and an aristocratic bearing that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Lucius Malfoy. Show me what you've collected so far, the man instructed. Chambers produced a metal briefcase, opening it to reveal several vials containing luminescent fluids of different colors. Wendigo essence, he said, pointing to an amber vial. Kitsune, he continued, indicating a golden-orange substance. And here, Canema venom enhanced with berserker bone marrow. Impressive, the older man acknowledged. But still missing the key component. We'll capture the green-eyed one, Chambers promised. Our new equipment is designed specifically to contain magical energy. At this, the older man stiffened almost imperceptibly. Magical energy? You didn't mention magic before. We weren't certain until the encounter at the warehouse. Chambers explained. It used some kind of energy projection device, a wooden stick that emitted colored light. The man's reaction was subtle but immediate, a slight widening of the eyes, a barely perceptible intake of breath. He knew something about magic, Harry realized. Something specific. This changes our approach, the man said carefully. If we're dealing with actual magic users, not just supernatural creatures, we'll need different containment protocols. You've encountered this type before? Chambers asked, surprised. Let's just say I've had experiences with similar phenomena in Europe, the man replied evasively. Tell me, has the subject demonstrated any abilities beyond basic energy projection? Transformation of objects? Apparition, instantaneous transportation from one location to another? The specific terminology sent a chill down Harry's spine. This man knew about wizards, real wizards like those from Harry's world? Unclear, Chambers admitted. Our observation has been limited. Then we must prioritize capture and thorough analysis. The man decided. I want this subject taken alive and unharmed if possible. Its value has just increased exponentially. We'll deploy tomorrow night, Chambers said. Full tactical team, magical countermeasures as you specified previously. Excellent. I'll remain in town to oversee the operation personally. The man turned more fully toward the window, revealing his full face for the first time. Harry froze. Though he'd never seen this specific person before, there was something familiar in his features, something that triggered a deep recognition. Beside him, Scott tensed. Your heart rate just spiked, he whispered. Do you know him? Not him specifically, Harry replied softly. But I think he might be from my world. Or at least know about it. How can you tell? Derek asked. The terminology he used. The way he reacted to the mention of magic. He knows about wizards, real wizards, not just supernatural beings. Then he could be your way home, Scott realized. Or the greatest threat yet, Harry countered. If he's from my world, what's he doing working with hunters to capture and experiment on supernatural creatures? Inside, the meeting was concluding. The man was issuing final instructions to Chambers and his team. Remember, this subject is potentially more valuable than all previous acquisitions combined, he emphasized. The binding ritual requires essence freely given or precisely extracted. Damaged samples are useless. Binding ritual? Scott echoed quietly. What is he talking about? Nothing good, Harry murmured, memories of dark magic rituals flashing through his mind. They retreated as the meeting broke up, maintaining their disillusionment until they were safely away from the power station. We need to warn the others, Scott decided once they were back at Derek's car. If they're planning to move against you tomorrow night, we need to be prepared. Or we could take the offensive, Harry suggested. Strike before they expect it. Too risky, Derek countered. We don't know what magical countermeasures they've implemented. And that man, whoever he is, clearly has knowledge we don't understand. Which is exactly why we need to act quickly, Harry insisted. If he's from my world, or has knowledge of it, he'll be prepared for magical defenses. The longer we wait, the more time he has to prepare. We don't act without the full pack, Scott said firmly. That's how people get hurt. We'll call everyone together, share what we've learned, and make a plan. Together. Harry wanted to argue but recognized the wisdom in Scott's approach. It was what Hermione would have advised, careful planning over impulsive action. Fine, he conceded. But we move quickly. Something tells me time isn't on our side. The emergency pack meeting convened at Lydia's house, deemed the safest location given its remote setting and sophisticated security system. Everyone listened intently as Harry, Scott, and Derek recounted what they'd witnessed. If this guy knows about Harry's type of magic, that changes everything, Styles said, pacing anxiously. He could have ways to counter Harry's abilities. Or he could help Harry get home, Kira suggested optimistically. I doubt someone working with hunters to extract supernatural essence has altruistic intentions, Lydia pointed out. Especially given his talk of binding rituals. What exactly is a binding ritual? Malia asked, looking to Deepening. The veterinarian's expression was grave. In most magical traditions, binding rituals involve permanently linking different powers or entities together. They're typically used to create magical artifacts of great power, or weapons. So they want to bind different supernatural essences together, Scott said slowly. Create some kind of superpowered, what? Hunter? Weapon? Either possibility is concerning, Deepening said. But what troubles me most is the mention of essence freely given or precisely extracted. That suggests specific magical requirements someone from Harry's world would understand. All eyes turned to Harry, who nodded grimly. In my world, the most powerful dark magic often requires specific conditions. Blood willingly given, for instance, has different properties than blood taken by force. The same principle could apply to supernatural essence, which explains their sophisticated extraction methods, Lydia realized. They're not just harvesting power, they're preserving its magical properties. Exactly, Harry confirmed. And if this man is indeed from my world, or has knowledge of it, he's likely using principles of wizarding magic to enhance hunter technology. So what's our plan? Liam asked. They're coming for Harry tomorrow night. We prepare, Scott said decisively. Set a trap of our own. Let them think they're getting close to Harry, but be ready for them. I can modify the protective enchantments I used at Hogwarts, Harry offered. Create a perimeter that will alert us to their approach and slow them down. And I can create mountain ash barriers as backup, Deeton added. We'll need everyone positioned strategically, Derek said, slipping easily into tactical planning. Malia and I can cover the eastern approach through the preserve. Scott and Liam take the main road. What about me? Lydia asked. You stay with Harry, Scott decided. Your banshee abilities might give us early warning if something goes wrong. Plus, your house is our fallback position if we need to retreat. Plans solidified as the night progressed. Argent, who joined the meeting later, provided intelligence on the hunter's equipment and likely approach vectors. Styles created detailed maps marking everyone's positions and escape routes. By midnight, they had a comprehensive strategy for countering the hunter's expected move. As the others departed to prepare, Lydia and Harry remained in her living room, the weight of tomorrow's confrontation hanging between them. You're worried, Lydia observed, studying his expression. I've been in enough traps to recognize when I'm becoming bait, Harry said with a wry smile. Even when it's for the right reasons. Is that what you think this is? She asked. Us using you as bait? Harry shook his head. No. Scott wouldn't do that. But the fact remains that I'm the primary target. Everyone else is at risk because of me. Everyone was at risk long before you arrived, Lydia reminded him. That's life in Beacon Hills. At least with you here, we have magical protection we didn't have before. Her words eased some of Harry's guilt, but not all of it. I still can't help feeling responsible. That's because you're a protector by nature, she said simply. Scott sees it too. It's why he trusts you despite how little time you've been here. The observation startled Harry. I never thought of myself that way. No? Lydia raised a skeptical eyebrow. From what little you've told us about your past, you've spent most of your life standing between innocence and danger. That's the definition of a protector. Before Harry could respond, a sharp pain lanced through his head. Images flashed before his eyes: the forest, moonlight, hunters with strange devices, and at the center, the silver-haired man watching with cold calculation as something bright and green was extracted from a struggling figure. Harry! Lydia's voice seemed to come from far away. Harry, what's wrong? The vision faded, leaving Harry gasping. I saw something. Like a premonition. What did you see? Lydia asked, her hands steadying his shoulders. He described the vision, watching her expression grow increasingly concerned. That sounds like what happens to me sometimes, she said. Banshees can sense death and receive premonitions. But you're not a banshee. No, but I've had visions before, Harry explained. In my world I had a connection to Voldemort, the dark wizard who gave me this scar. I could sometimes see through his eyes, feel what he was feeling. And you think you're connecting to this hunter now? Lydia asked, alarmed. Not the hunter, Harry said slowly as realization dawned. The man in charge, the one who knows about magic. I think he might be using magic from my world. Magic that's somehow resonating with mine. We need to tell the others, Lydia decided, reaching for her phone. Wait, Harry said, catching her wrist gently. There's more to the vision. I saw where they're planning to take me after capture, an old industrial facility near the edge of town. The building had a symbol on it. A circle with a spiral inside. The old chemical plant. Lydia identified immediately. It's been abandoned for years. The spiral was the company's logo. That's valuable intelligence, Harry pointed out. We can adjust our plans to account for it. Or it could be misinformation deliberately planted in your vision, Lydia countered. If this man has magical abilities similar to yours, he might be capable of manipulating what you see. Harry hadn't considered that possibility. All the more reason to be cautious tomorrow night. All the more reason to stick together, Lydia corrected. Whatever happens, we face it as a pack. The word pack sent an unexpected warmth through Harry. After years of being part of a trio with Ron and Hermione, then losing that connection so abruptly, the sense of belonging to a group again was profoundly comforting. As a pack, he agreed, the phrase feeling right on his tongue. Lydia smiled, her eyes reflecting understanding. Now get some rest. Tomorrow will test all of us. As Harry headed upstairs to the guest room, he paused on the landing. Lydia? Thank you? For everything. Don't thank me yet, she replied with a small smile. I have a feeling our adventure is just beginning. In the privacy of the guest room, Harry removed the moleskin pouch from his ankle and carefully emptied its contents on the bed. His invisibility cloak, shimmering silver in the moonlight. A few dwindling vials of potions. A broken shard of the two-way mirror Sirius had given him. And a photograph, slightly creased but still moving, of himself with Ron and Hermione outside Hogwarts, all three laughing at some forgotten joke. I'll find my way back, he whispered to their smiling faces. Or make a new path forward. Either way, I won't forget you. He repacked everything except the invisibility cloak, which he set aside for tomorrow. Whatever came, he would face it with both his old magic and his new strength, and with allies who were quickly becoming friends. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, now the alpha sorcerer of a new world, closed his eyes and surrendered to sleep. In his dreams he ran through moonlit forests with emerald eyes glowing, power flowing through his veins, and a sense of belonging he hadn't felt since Hogwarts. For the first time since arriving in Beacon Hills, the dream felt not like longing, but like possibility. Chapter 2. The dual nature. Dawn broke over Beacon Hills with an eerie silence. Harry stood at Lydia's bedroom window, watching as tendrils of morning fog curled around the trees that bordered her property. He'd woken before sunrise, his mind racing with plans and contingencies for the coming confrontation. You're up early, Lydia observed from the doorway, already dressed in practical dark clothes, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, a stark departure from her usual polished appearance. Couldn't sleep, Harry admitted. Too many thoughts. Second-guessing the plan? She asked, joining him at the window. No. Just preparing. Harry tapped his wand against his palm, a nervous habit he'd developed during the war. In my experience, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Lydia studied him, her analytical mind clearly cataloging his mannerisms. You've done this before. Prepared for battle. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. More times than I care to remember. That's why you seem so calm, she noted. The others are nervous, texting updates every 20 minutes, checking equipment repeatedly. But you've got this stillness about you. Harry hadn't realized it himself until she pointed it out. I suppose I do. After facing Voldemort, after dying. He trailed off, then shrugged. Perspective, I guess. Lydia's phone chimed with a text. Scott says everyone's in position. Styles and his dad have created a perimeter of police tape around the preserve claiming there's a gas leak. Should keep civilians away. Good, Harry said. I've finished the protective enchantments around your house. Anyone with harmful intent toward us won't be able to approach without triggering alarms. What kind of alarms? Harry's lips quirked into a half-smile. The loud, magically incapacitating kind. A comfortable silence fell between them as they continued watching the sunrise burnish the fog with gold. It struck Harry how quickly he'd grown accustomed to Lydia's presence, her sharp intelligence, her pragmatic approach to the supernatural, the underlying compassion she tried to disguise with efficiency. You remind me of my friend Hermione, he said suddenly. She's the smartest witch I know. Always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. You miss her, Lydia observed. I miss all of them, Harry admitted. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, they were more than friends. They were family. Tell me about them, Lydia requested, pulling him to sit on the edge of her bed. We have time before everything starts. So Harry told her about Ron's loyalty and humor, Hermione's brilliance and compassion, Ginny's fierce independence, Neville's quiet courage, Luna's uncanny perceptions. As he spoke, the ache of missing them transformed into something warmer, appreciation for what they'd given him and how they'd shaped him. They sound remarkable, Lydia said when he finished. And they clearly think the same of you. What makes you say that? The way they followed you, not because you were the boy who lived or some prophesied savior, but because of who you are. The Harry underneath all the titles. Her perception was startling. Few people in his world had ever separated Harry the person from Harry the legend. If there's any way back to your world, we'll find it, Lydia promised. But until then. Her phone chimed again, interrupting her. It's Derek. Hunter's on the move. Earlier than expected. Harry stood immediately, all reminiscence forgotten. How many? 3 vehicles heading toward the preserve from different directions. She was already texting responses, her fingers flying across the screen. Scott wants us to stick to the plan. Hold position here. And the silver-haired man? Is he with them? Lydia shook her head. No sign of him yet. That worried Harry more than if the man had been spotted. Where was he? What was his role in today's operation? I don't like this, Harry muttered, moving to the window again. Something feels off. I know, Lydia agreed. My banshee senses are tingling, for lack of a better word. Not a full-on death prediction, but something's not right. Harry made a decision. We need to get closer. Not to engage, just to observe. Scott specifically said, I know what Scott said. Harry interrupted, already reaching for his invisibility cloak. But if there's one thing I've learned, it's to trust my instincts. And right now, they're screaming that we're missing something important. Lydia hesitated, then nodded. My car's too recognizable. We'll need another way. Harry smiled, holding up the shimmering fabric. How do you feel about invisible travel? The invisibility cloak wasn't designed to cover 2 adults completely while they moved, but with careful coordination and liberal use of disillusionment charms as backup, Harry and Lydia managed to make their way through the preserve undetected. They stayed well back from the planned confrontation point, positioning themselves on a ridge that offered a clear view of the clearing below. Scott, Derek, and the others were nowhere to be seen, hiding in their assigned positions, waiting for the hunters to arrive. Mountain ash barriers had been laid strategically, visible only to those who knew where to look. There, Lydia whispered, pointing to movement at the clearing's edge. Hunters emerged from the trees, 8 of them, moving with military precision, weapons at the ready. Harry recognized Chambers at the lead, directing the others with hand signals. They're being cautious, Harry observed. They suspect a trap. Of course they do, Lydia murmured. They're hunters. Paranoia is part of the job description. The hunters formed a perimeter around the clearing, electronic devices in hand that emitted faint beeping sounds. One of the devices suddenly let out a higher-pitched tone, causing the hunter holding it to signal Chambers. What is that thing? Harry whispered. Some kind of detector, Lydia guessed. Probably picking up traces of your magical barriers. Chambers gestured for 2 hunters to advance toward the source of the reading. As they approached one of Harry's concealed magical trip wires, a soft blue glow emanated from the ground. They can see the magic, Harry realized with alarm. They have technology that can detect magical energy. Is that possible in your world? Lydia asked. No, not really. Muggle technology doesn't interact with magic, it usually malfunctions around it. Then this is new, Lydia concluded. A hybrid of hunter technology and magical knowledge, like we suspected. Below, Chambers spoke into a radio. Perimeter secured. Magical traces detected but no visual on target or McCall pack. Proceeding with Phase 2. From their backpacks, the hunters withdrew small metallic spheres, placing them at intervals around the clearing. Each sphere began to emit a low hum, creating a network of sound that made Harry's skin crawl. "I don't like the look of those," he muttered. As if in response to his concern, the spheres suddenly pulsed with energy. A wave of disorienting force swept across the clearing, visible as a ripple in the air. Where it passed, Harry's magical barriers flickered and failed. "They're neutralizing your magic," Lydia whispered, shock evident in her voice. Harry felt it like a physical blow. Each barrier falling sent a jolt of discomfort through him. Whatever technology the hunters were using, it specifically targeted magical energy. "Scott!" Lydia hissed suddenly, gesturing toward movement in the trees. Scott had emerged from his hiding place, clearly thrown by the unexpected development. The hunters spotted him immediately, but instead of attacking, they held their positions. "Alpha McCall," Chambers called out. "We're not here for you today. Hand over the green-eyed one, and we'll be on our way." "There's no one here by that description," Scott replied evenly. "Just me and my pack, protecting our territory from unwelcome visitors." Chambers smiled thinly. "Let's not play games. Our intelligence confirms the subject is under your protection. Surrender him, or we'll be forced to take action against your entire pack." "I don't respond well to threats," Scott said, his eyes flashing red. "It's not a threat. It's a statement of intent." Chambers raised his hand, and the hunters readied their weapons. "Last chance?" Scott's response was to shift fully into his werewolf form, claws extended and fangs bared. The signal was clear to all: the McCall pack would not surrender Harry without a fight. "So be it." Chambers sighed, lowering his hand. The hunters fired, but not with conventional bullets. Instead, their weapons launched capsules that burst into clouds of purple gas where they landed. The gas spread rapidly across the clearing. Wolfsbane, Lydia realized. Airborne wolfsbane. Scott immediately began backing away, but the gas moved too quickly. As it reached him, he faltered, coughing violently. Derek and Malia burst from their hiding places, attempting to reach Scott, but more gas canisters exploded in their path. Within moments, all three werewolves were on their knees, struggling to breathe. "We have to help them," Harry said, already moving to stand. Lydia grabbed his arm. "Wait. Look!" At the clearing's edge opposite their position, the silver-haired man had appeared. He walked calmly through the gas, unaffected, a metal case in his hand. The hunters parted to let him pass as he approached the incapacitated werewolves. "Mr. McCall," the man said, his accent more pronounced now that Harry could hear him clearly. "A pleasure to finally meet you, though I regret the circumstances." Scott glared up at him, still fighting the effects of the wolfsbane. "Who are you?" "My name is not important," the man replied. "But if you insist on formalities, you may call me Reinhardt. I've come for your British friend, the one with the fascinating dual nature." "Don't know what you're talking about," Scott managed between coughs. Reinhardt sighed. "Loyalty is admirable but ultimately futile. We know he's here." He opened the metal case, revealing a device that resembled a compass, but with glowing crystals instead of a needle. "This is attuned to his unique magical signature. We detected him entering the preserve alongside you this morning." Harry stiffened. They'd been tracked from the beginning. "So you see," Reinhardt continued, "denial is pointless. Tell us where he is, and your pack need not suffer further." "Go to hell," Malia growled, struggling to her feet only to collapse again as a hunter fired another gas canister directly at her. "Charming," Reinhardt commented dryly. He turned to Chambers. "Prepare for a wider dispersal. If the boy won't come to us, we'll flush him out." Chambers nodded, signaling his team. The hunters began unpacking larger canisters from their vehicles. "That looks like enough wolfsbane to blanket the entire preserve," Lydia whispered. "It could kill them, not just incapacitate them." "We can't wait any longer," Harry decided. "I need to stop this." Harry, no. But Harry was already standing, removing the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm. Looking for me? He called down to the clearing. All eyes turned to the ridge. Reinhardt's face broke into a satisfied smile. Ah, there you are. How considerate of you to spare us the trouble of searching. Let them go, Harry demanded, his wand pointed directly at Reinhardt. Your quarrel is with me. Indeed it is, Reinhardt agreed pleasantly. Though quarrel implies hostility. I assure you, my interest is purely scientific. Scientific? Harry echoed incredulously. You're hunting people. Extracting their essence. For a greater purpose, Reinhardt explained, as if lecturing a particularly slow student. The supernatural world is chaotic, unregulated. We simply seek to bring order to it, to harness its potential for the benefit of humanity. By experimenting on innocent beings? That's not order. That's tyranny. Reinhardt's expression hardened. Spoken like a true Gryffindor. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. You know about Hogwarts. About the houses. I know many things about your world, Mr. Potter. More than you might expect. Reinhardt gestured to the hunters. Secure him. Non-lethally. Weapons raised, but before any could fire, Harry acted on instinct. Ventus Maxima, he shouted, channeling his magic through both wand and werewolf strength. The resulting windstorm was far more powerful than he'd intended. Hurricane-force winds erupted from his wand, sweeping down into the clearing with devastating effect. Hunters were thrown backward, their weapons torn from their hands. The gas canisters tumbled away, their contents dispersed harmlessly into the upper atmosphere. For a moment, Reinhardt stood his ground, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and calculation. Then, as the wind threatened to topple him as well, he raised his hand, and Harry saw it, a wand different in design from his own but unmistakable. Protego! Reinhardt shouted, creating a shield charm that deflected the worst of Harry's windstorm. He's a wizard! Lydia gasped beside Harry. From your world? Not quite, Harry muttered, watching Reinhardt's technique. His wand work is all wrong. Self-taught, maybe? Or trained differently. The windstorm subsided, leaving the clearing in chaos. Most of the hunters were picking themselves up from where they'd been thrown, their equipment scattered. Scott, Derek, and Malia were recovering now that the wolfsbane had been blown away. Reinhardt stood calmly in the center, his shield charm fading. Impressive, he called up to Harry. Your reputation was not exaggerated. But you're not the only one with knowledge of the arcane arts. Who are you? Harry demanded. How do you know about my world? All in good time, Mr. Potter. For now, I think a more controlled environment for our discussion is in order. Reinhardt turned to Chambers. Activate the suppression field. Chambers pressed a button on a device that had somehow remained in his grip during the windstorm. Immediately, the metallic spheres placed around the clearing pulsed with renewed energy, stronger, more focused. Harry felt it instantly, like a wet blanket thrown over his magical core. His connection to his magic dimmed, becoming muffled and distant. When he tried to cast another spell, only sparks emerged from his wand. Magical dampening technology, Reinhardt explained smugly. Developed using principles from your world, adapted to this one. Quite effective, wouldn't you say? Harry's response was to drop his wand and shift into his werewolf form. If magic was suppressed, he'd use his other abilities. His eyes blazed emerald green as claws and fangs extended. Ah yes, your dual nature, Reinhardt observed with clinical interest. Fascinating adaptation. I look forward to studying it more thoroughly. Below, Scott and the others had recovered enough to join the fight. They launched themselves at the hunters, who were still regrouping from Harry's windstorm. Get down to them, Harry told Lydia. I'll draw Reinhardt's attention. Be careful, she warned. He knows too much about you. Harry nodded, then launched himself down the ridge in a display of werewolf agility, landing directly in front of Reinhardt. Up close, the man's scent was strange, human, but with an undertone of something magical that didn't quite match the supernatural signatures Harry had encountered in Beacon Hills. "You're not from my world," Harry stated confidently. "But you've been there, haven't you? Or met someone from there?" Reinhardt's smile thinned. "Perceptive? Your senses are even more enhanced than I anticipated. Answer the question." "Let's just say I've had opportunities to expand my knowledge beyond the confines of a single reality." Reinhardt raised his wand. "But enough talk. Incarcerus." Magical ropes shot toward Harry, slower and weaker than they should have been due to the suppression field, but still dangerous. Harry dodged with werewolf speed, circling Reinhardt. "Your magic is hampered here too," Harry observed. "Not so confident without it, are you?" "I don't need magic to subdue you," Reinhardt replied coolly. He reached into his pocket and withdrew what looked like a small silver disc. "Just science." He threw the disc at Harry's feet. It exploded into a flash of blinding light and a high-pitched tone that sent Harry reeling, hands clapped over his hypersensitive ears. The werewolf senses that gave him an advantage now became a liability, as the device overloaded them. Through watering eyes, Harry saw Reinhardt approach, another device in hand, this one resembling a hypodermic injector. "Don't worry," the man said calmly. "This won't kill you. We need you intact for what comes next." Before Reinhardt could reach him, a piercing scream cut through the clearing, Lydia's banshee wail, focused directly at Reinhardt. The force of it sent the older man staggering backward, blood trickling from his ears. Harry used the distraction to recover, shaking off the effects of the sensory overload. Across the clearing, the battle had intensified. Scott and Derek were holding their own against several hunters, while Malia had Chambers pinned to the ground, her claws at his throat. Styles and Argent had arrived as reinforcements, the latter wielding hunters' tactics against them with expert precision. "This isn't over," Reinhardt said, backing away from Harry. He raised his wand again, but instead of attacking, he pointed it skyward. "Fumos Maxima!" Thick, impenetrable smoke billowed from his wand, quickly enveloping the entire clearing despite the dampening field. Harry heard Reinhardt whisper something that sounded like a countdown, and then a tremendous crack split the air, the unmistakable sound of apparition, but multiplied. When the smoke cleared, Reinhardt and his hunters were gone. All that remained were their scattered equipment, and the still humming suppression devices. "Is everyone okay?" Scott called out, coughing as the last of the smoke dissipated. Various affirmative responses came from around the clearing. Harry moved to the nearest suppression sphere, studying it briefly before crushing it under his foot. Immediately, he felt his connection to his magic strengthened slightly. "We need to destroy all of these," he told the others, pointing to the remaining devices. "They're dampening our abilities." The pack quickly located and disabled all the spheres. As the last one fell silent, Harry felt his magic rush back in full force, like a dam breaking. The sensation was almost overwhelming after the temporary suppression. "What the hell just happened?" Styles demanded, looking around at the aftermath. "Did they just teleport away?" "Apparition," Harry confirmed grimly. "Or something very like it. Reinhardt is definitely connected to my world somehow. He knows about Hogwarts, about magic. He even called me a Gryffindor." "What's a Gryffindor?" Malia asked. "My house at school. It's..." Harry shook his head. "Not important right now. What matters is that he has knowledge he shouldn't have and technology specifically designed to counter both magical and supernatural abilities. And he got away," Derek added darkly. "Not without leaving something behind," Argent said, approaching with one of the hunters' packs. "I grabbed this before they vanished. Might give us some insight into what they're planning next." Scott turned to Harry. "You and Lydia were supposed to stay at her house. Why didn't you?" "Something felt wrong," Harry explained. "We came to observe, not engage. But when I saw what they were doing to you with the wolfsbane..." Scott's expression softened. "You saved us. That gas was concentrated enough to do serious damage. But now Reinhardt has seen what you can do," Lydia pointed out, He knows about your dual abilities firsthand. He already knew, Harry said. He came prepared specifically for me. The question is, how? Who is he, and what does he want with supernatural essence? Let's take this back to Deeton's, Scott decided. See what we can learn from the equipment Argent recovered. And Harry. He fixed Harry with a firm look. Next time, stick to the plan. Or at least tell us if you're changing it. Harry nodded, properly chastened. Fair enough. As they gathered the captured equipment and prepared to leave, Harry picked up his wand from where he dropped it. The familiar wood seemed to hum with renewed energy in his hand, responding to his touch. But something felt different, as if the brief suppression had altered his connection to it somehow. Are you okay? Lydia asked, noticing his contemplative expression. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. When my magic was suppressed, it felt like something else was trying to emerge. Something neither wizard nor werewolf. The nexus being aspect Deeton mentioned? Maybe. Harry twirled his wand thoughtfully. Whatever it is, I think we'll find out sooner rather than later. Deeton's examination of the hunter's equipment was both fascinating and disturbing. The veterinarian-turned-supernatural expert had converted his back office into an impromptu laboratory, with the captured devices spread across his examination table. These are unlike anything I've encountered, he admitted, carefully dismantling one of the smaller spheres. The technology is advanced, but it's the energy source that's truly remarkable. It appears to be crystallized supernatural essence. They're using the essence they extract to power their weapons against us? Scott asked, appalled. Precisely. Deeton extracted a small vial of glowing blue liquid from within the device. This appears to be Wendigo essence, but processed somehow, stabilized. That's why they're hunting hybrids. Lydia realized. Mixed essence would be more powerful, more versatile. And I'm the ultimate hybrid in their eyes. Harry concluded. Wizard and werewolf combined. There's something else, Deeton said, examining a larger device that had been in the pack Argent retrieved. This appears to be a locator of some kind, but it's calibrated to magical frequencies I've never encountered before. Harry leaned closer, recognizing similarities to magical detection devices from his world. It's designed to track magical signatures, not just detect them, but identify specific types. Like a supernatural fingerprint reader? Styles suggested. Something like that. Harry agreed. In my world, certain spells leave traces that can be detected and identified by Aurus, magical law enforcement. This looks like an adaptive version of that technology. Which further confirms Reinhardt's connection to your world, Lydia said. But not his purpose, Derek pointed out. We still don't know what final use he has planned for the extracted essence. The binding ritual he mentioned, Scott remembered. What exactly would that entail? All eyes turned to Harry, who shook his head uncertainly. There are many types of binding rituals in magical practice. Without knowing specifically what he's trying to bind, I can only guess. Based on what we've seen, Deeton said thoughtfully, I'd hypothesize he's attempting to bind supernatural abilities to human hosts. Create enhanced hunters with the powers of their prey. The suggestion sent a chill through the room. That would shift the balance of power dramatically, Argent noted. Most hunters rely on knowledge and specialized weapons to counter supernatural advantages. If they could wield those same abilities themselves, it would be war, Scott finished quietly. An all-out war that the supernatural world might not win. Then we need to stop Reinhardt before he perfects his process, Harry said firmly. And to do that, I need to better understand my own abilities, both magical and werewolf. The suppression field showed me how vulnerable I am if I rely too heavily on either aspect alone. I've been thinking about that, Deeton said. Your dual nature is both your greatest strength and your greatest vulnerability. When one aspect is suppressed, you should theoretically be able to lean more heavily on the other. But true mastery would mean integration, making them not separate powers, but facets of a single, unified ability. How do I do that? I have a theory, Lydia interjected. The research on nexus beings suggests they achieve balance through resonant anchors, connections to beings or objects that harmonize with their dual nature. Like Scott using his pack as an anchor for his werewolf side, Derek noted. Similar, but more specific, Lydia continued. Harry would need anchors that specifically connect to each aspect of his nature. Something or someone magical to ground his wizard side, something or someone with primal instinct to ground his wolf side. And these anchors would help me, what? Combine the two aspects? Harry asked. Not just combine them, Deepening explained, picking up Lydia's thread. Transcend them. Become something greater than the sum of their parts. It sounded promising, but frustratingly abstract. That's a nice theory, Harry said. But how do I actually put it into practice? Especially with Reinhardt still out there, planning his next move? We start with practical training, Scott decided. Derek, Malia, and I can work with your werewolf abilities, pushing them further, testing their limits. Deepening can continue your magical training, focusing on spells that might work even under suppression. And I'll keep researching nexus beings, Lydia added. There must be historical precedents, even if they're rare. What about me? Styles asked. What's my role in Harry Potter werewolf training camp? Research, Scott and Lydia said simultaneously. Of course, Styles sighed dramatically. Always the research guy. Actually, Harry said, I could use your help with something else. Reinhardt knew things about my world, specific things. I want to figure out how. If he's been to my world or met someone from it, there might be a way for me to get back. Styles immediately perked up. Interdimensional detective work? Now you're speaking my language. We should establish a new base of operations, Argent suggested. The hunters know about Derek's loft, and they might have identified Lydia's house as well if they'd been tracking Harry. My family has a lake house, Lydia offered. It's isolated, defensible, and my mother rarely uses it. We could set up there. Good, Scott nodded. We'll move everything tonight. For now, let's focus on understanding what we've learned today and preparing for whatever comes next. As the meeting broke up and the pack dispersed to their various assignments, Harry found himself standing with Lydia near Deeton's back door. Thank you, he said quietly. For the banshee scream earlier. You probably saved me from becoming Reinhardt's lab rat. Just returning the favor, she replied with a small smile. You've saved us more than once already. Harry hesitated, then asked the question that had been nagging at him. This resonant anchor theory, you think it could really help me integrate my abilities? I do, Lydia said with conviction. The research is compelling, even if it's incomplete. And you think that is, when you mention someone magical and someone primal. Harry stumbled over his words, suddenly feeling like an awkward teenager again despite everything he'd been through. Lydia's expression softened with understanding. I think connections form for a reason, Harry. Whether magical, instinctual, or something in between. Before Harry could respond, Scott called for Lydia's help with packing up the equipment. She gave Harry's arm a gentle squeeze before walking away, leaving him with more questions than answers, but also a curious warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with magic or werewolf abilities. The Martin Lake house proved to be an ideal headquarters, spacious, secluded, and surrounded by enough open ground to make stealthy approach difficult. By nightfall, they had transferred all their research materials and equipment from Deeton's clinic and established a makeshift command center in the living room. Harry stood on the back deck, gazing out at the moonlit lake. The waxing moon hung heavy in the sky, not quite full but growing closer. He could feel its pull already, a subtle tugging at his werewolf nature, a restlessness in his blood. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice said behind him. Harry turned to find Malia approaching, her movements as fluid and predatory as always. Though he'd met her briefly at school, they hadn't had much opportunity to talk one-on-one. It is, he agreed, turning back to the view. Reminds me a bit of the lake at Hogwarts, though that one had a giant squid and merpeople. Malia leaned against the railing beside him. Merpeople are real in your world? Very. though not the pretty singing kind from Muggle stories. More aggressive. Huh. She considered this for a moment. Your world sounds interesting. It has its moments, Harry admitted. Though lately, this world seems to be giving it competition in the strangeness department. Malia studied him with unabashed directness, a trait Harry had noticed about her. She didn't seem to observe the usual human social conventions about personal space or polite conversation. You smell different today, she said bluntly. After the fight. Your scent changed. Harry blinked, surprised. Changed how? Before you smelled like two things layered together, magic and wolf. Now it's blending. Becoming something new. She leaned closer, inhaling deeply near his neck in a way that would have seemed bizarre from anyone else, but somehow felt natural from her. It's interesting. Is that good or bad? Harry asked, finding himself unexpectedly affected by her proximity. Just different. Malia straightened, her gaze direct. Scott wants me to help train you tonight. Says I might understand your situation better than the others. How so? Because I lived as a full coyote for years. She explained. I know what it's like to be caught between two natures, to be human and not human at the same time. Harry considered this. Malia's experience was indeed unique among the pack. What's it like? Shifting completely into animal form? Freedom, she said immediately, her eyes distant with memory. No human thoughts to complicate things. Just instinct, survival, the moment. She refocused on him. But lonely. In the end, even freedom gets hollow without connection. The simple wisdom in her words struck Harry deeply. I've felt trapped by expectations my entire life. He confessed. The boy who lived. The chosen one. Now the Alpha Supreme or whatever I'm becoming. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to just be. Then that's what we'll work on tonight. Malia decided. Not controlling your wolf side or your magic side. Just being both, without thinking too much about it. Is that even possible? Malia shrugged. Only one way to find out. She kicked off her shoes and pulled her shirt over her head in one fluid motion. What are you doing? Harry asked, startled. Shifting, she replied matter-of-factly, as if it were obvious. Can't run properly in clothes. She continued undressing without self-consciousness. You might want to look away if human modesty bothers you. It's not really my thing. Harry turned away, face warm despite himself. He'd faced Dark Lords and died and come back to life, but apparently, a straightforward war coyote could still make him blush like a schoolboy. Ready? Malia asked after a moment. Harry turned back to find a coyote standing on the deck where Malia had been, clothes in a neat pile beside her. She barked once, then leapt over the railing, landing gracefully on the ground below. She looked back at him expectantly, and the message was clear, follow me. Harry hesitated only briefly before vaulting over the railing after her, landing with the enhanced agility his werewolf nature provided. Malia immediately took off into the woods surrounding the lake house, moving with a fluid grace that made it clear she was perfectly at home in this form. Harry followed, not shifting fully but allowing his werewolf speed and senses to emerge. The night opened up around him. Sense sounds and sights that would be imperceptible to human senses became vivid and immediate. He could smell the different trees, hear the heartbeats of small creatures hiding from their passage, see the faint trails left by animals hours earlier. Malia led him deeper into the forest, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was keeping up. There was no discernible destination, no purpose beyond the pure joy of movement. Harry found himself relaxing into the experience, letting conscious thought recede as more primal awareness took over. They ran for what might have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose meaning in the rhythm of paws and feet against earth, the symphony of forest life around them, the cool night air flowing past. Malia occasionally changed direction on impulse, following scents or sounds that caught her attention. Eventually, they reached a small clearing with a rocky outcropping that overlooked the lake from a different angle. Malia leapt onto the rocks and sat, coyote form alert and watchful. Harry joined her, perching on a boulder nearby. For a long while, they simply existed in companionable silence. Harry found himself more at peace than he'd been since arriving in this world, perhaps longer. There was something profoundly calming about being with someone who didn't expect conversation or explanation, who was content to share space and experience without human complications. A distant howl broke the silence, a wolf, somewhere in the deeper woods. Malia's ears perked up, and she turned to Harry with what looked remarkably like a challenge in her coyote eyes. Without thinking, Harry tilted his head back and responded with a howl of his own, not fully wolf, not fully human, but something in between that carried across the lake and echoed back from the distant hills. The sound emerged from deep within him, carrying emotions he couldn't have put into words: grief for what he'd lost, uncertainty about what he was becoming, determination to face whatever came next. When the echoes faded, Harry felt oddly lighter, as if something pent up had been released. Beside him, Malia made a sound that seemed like approval. A moment later, the air around her shimmered, and she shifted back to human form, sitting naked and unself-conscious on the rock. "That's what I'm talking about," she said, satisfaction evident in her voice. "That wasn't a wizard howling or a werewolf howling. That was just you." Harry found himself less embarrassed by her nudity this time, too caught up in the significance of what had just happened. It felt right. Natural. "That's the point," Malia said. "Stop thinking of yourself as two things stuck together. You're just Harry, whatever that means now." The simplicity of her perspective was refreshing after all the theoretical discussions with Deepening and Lydia about nexus beings and resonant anchors. Malia cut straight to the heart of the matter without arcane terminology or complex theories. "Thanks for this," Harry said sincerely. "It helped more than all the formal training sessions combined." Malia nodded, accepting his gratitude without false modesty. "We should head back. The others will worry. Probably wondering where we disappeared to." Harry agreed. Malia's expression turned mischievous. Especially Lydia. Harry blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" "She watches you," Malia said bluntly. "When you're not looking. Her heartbeat changes when you're near her." "I didn't realize," Harry said, though part of him had sensed something growing between himself and Lydia over the past days. "Humans complicate everything with words and rules," Malia observed, stretching languidly. "In the wild it's simpler. You're drawn to someone or you're not." "And are you?" "Drawn to someone, I mean." The question slipped out before Harry could consider its implications. Malia fixed him with a direct gaze that answered his question before she spoke. "I'm drawn to strength and honesty. I don't find many people who have both." She stood, apparently unconcerned with her nudity or the weight of her implied admission. "Race you back?" Before Harry could respond, she shifted back into coyote form and darted away, leaving him to follow once again, this time with his thoughts considerably more complicated than when they'd started their run. They returned to find the lake house alive with activity. Through the windows, Harry could see the pack gathered around the dining table, examining something with intense focus. Malia quickly retrieved her clothes from the deck and dressed, while Harry waited politely at a distance. "Something's happened," she said as she finished, scenting the air. "Tension levels are high." They entered through the back door to find the pack examining what appeared to be a map of Beacon Hills, marked with red pins in various locations. "There you are," Scott said, looking up as they entered. "We were about to call you." "What's going on?" Harry asked, immediately sensing the urgency in the room. 3 more bodies found," Styles explained grimly. "All with the same signature, supernatural essence extracted. Reinhardt's accelerating his timeline," Argent added, pointing to the map. "These attacks are methodical, not opportunistic. He's harvesting specific types of supernatural beings." Harry leaned closer, studying the pattern. "What types?" "That's the concerning part," Lydia said. "Each victim is a hybrid or rare variant, a Wendigo with Kitsune ancestry, a half-Kanima, a Banshee with werewolf lineage. He's collecting ingredients," Harry realized, "for the binding ritual, and creating a supernatural taxonomy in the process." Deeton agreed. The pattern suggests he's working his way up a hierarchy of power, starting with the less stable hybrids and moving toward purer, more potent sources. Which puts you at the top of his shopping list. Derek told Harry bluntly. We need to find where he's operating from. Scott decided. These attacks are too coordinated, too equipment-heavy to be mobile operations. He must have a fixed base. I've been checking real estate transactions, Stiles said. Nothing under Reinhardt's name, but there was a large industrial property purchased 3 weeks ago by a shell corporation. County records show permits for specialized research equipment installation. That has to be it, Scott said. We should scout it tonight. Not all of us, Derek cautioned. Small team, reconnaissance only. We've seen what his security measures can do. I'm going, Harry stated firmly. His defenses are designed with me in mind. I need to see them firsthand if I'm going to counter them. I'll go too, Lydia volunteered. My banshee senses might pick up on victims or dangers the rest of you miss. I'm in, Malia added simply. Scott nodded. The 4 of us, then. Derek, you coordinate from here with Stiles and keep the rest of the pack on alert in case we need backup. As they prepared for the reconnaissance mission, Harry noticed Lydia watching him with an odd expression. Everything okay? He asked, checking his wand and the few remaining potions in his moleskin pouch. Fine, she said, though her tone suggested otherwise. You and Malia were gone a while. She was helping me with the more instinctual aspects of my werewolf nature, Harry explained. Running in the woods, connecting with the environment. I see. Lydia's voice was carefully neutral. Did it help? Actually, yes, Harry said earnestly. She has a very direct approach that cut through a lot of the theoretical complexity. Made me realize I've been overthinking the integration process. Lydia nodded, her expression softening slightly. That's Malia. She sees the straightest path between 2 points while the rest of us are calculating trajectories and variables. You're not upset that we went off training without telling anyone? Why would I be upset? Lydia asked, though something in her sense suggested she wasn't being entirely truthful. The goal is to help you master your abilities. Whatever works. Before Harry could pursue the conversation further, Scott called them to the front door. Time to move. Everyone clear on the plan? We observe only, no engagement unless absolutely necessary. The group nodded their agreement, and moments later they were in Scott's car, heading toward the industrial district on the edge of town. The facility Stiles had identified was surrounded by high fencing topped with barbed wire, security cameras mounted at regular intervals. Floodlights illuminated the perimeter, making stealthy approach challenging even with supernatural abilities. They parked some distance away and approached on foot, using the surrounding warehouses for cover. I can disillusion us again, Harry offered. But after today's encounter, they might have detection measures in place for magical concealment. Let's not risk it yet, Scott decided. First, we need to get a sense of what we're dealing with. They found a vantage point atop a neighboring building that offered a clear view of the facility's main entrance and loading dock. Activity was minimal, just 2 guards patrolling the perimeter and occasional movement visible through the windows. Doesn't look like much, Malia observed. Are we sure this is the place? As if in answer to her question, a large truck pulled up to the loading dock. The gates opened automatically to admit it, and as they swung wide, Harry caught a glimpse of the interior courtyard, and froze. Those containers, he said quietly, pointing to a series of large cylindrical tanks being unloaded from the truck. I recognize them from my vision. They're holding tanks for the extracted essence. Lydia stiffened beside him. I can feel something, death, but not quite. More like life suspended. They're keeping their victims alive. Scott realized, horror in his voice. Harvesting from them repeatedly rather than killing them outright. More efficient, Malia said grimly. Why kill the golden goose? Harry felt sick at the implication. We need to get closer, see how many they're holding. There's a maintenance access on the east side, Scott said, having studied the building plans Stiles had pulled. less camera coverage there. They made their way carefully around the perimeter, staying low and using the shadows for cover. The maintenance entrance was indeed less monitored, just a single camera with a predictable sweep pattern. "I can handle the camera," Harry whispered, raising his wand. Confundo. The spell hit the camera directly, causing its movement to become erratic and unfocused. After a moment, it stopped moving altogether, frozen, pointing away from the door. "Nice," Scott approved. "How long will that last?" "Long enough," Harry assured him. "But we should hurry." The door itself presented another challenge, a keycard lock with an electronic display. Lydia examined it briefly. "Standard RFID security," she murmured. "If we had Styles here, he might be able to hack it." "Don't need hacking," Malia said flatly. She extended her claws and, with surprising precision, pried open the control panel beside the lock. Inside was a tangle of wires and circuits. "Careful," Scott cautioned. "Trigger the wrong wire and alarms could." Malia yanked 3 wires simultaneously. The display flickered, then went dark, and they heard the lock disengage with a soft click. "Go off," Scott finished, looking impressed despite himself. "Or that could happen. My dad taught me some things," Malia said with a shrug. "Before you know, I killed him as a coyote." She pulled the door open as if she hadn't just casually referenced her traumatic past. They slipped inside, finding themselves in a service corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits. The facility hummed with machinery, the sound covering their quiet movements as they advanced deeper. Harry felt increasingly uneasy as they progressed. Something about the place affected his senses, both magical and werewolf. There was a subtle dampening effect, not as severe as the suppression field the hunters had deployed in the forest, but noticeable. "They've got some kind of low-level magical suppression running throughout the building," he whispered to the others. "Stay alert." They reached a junction where the maintenance corridor intersected with a main hallway. Scott peered carefully around the corner, then pulled back. "2 guards," he reported. "Armed, but they look bored. Probably not expecting trouble." "We need a distraction," Lydia suggested. Harry considered their options. A direct magical approach might trigger alarms if the facility was wired to detect magic use. But something more subtle. He reached into his moleskin pouch and withdrew a small vial of purple liquid. "Weasley's wildfire whizbangs," he explained softly, seeing their curious looks. "Or a modified version I've been carrying since the war. Creates a pretty impressive diversion without actually damaging anything." "Will it trigger magical detectors?" Scott asked. "Shouldn't," Harry said. "The magic is contained within the potion itself, not projected outward like a spell." "Do it," Scott decided after a moment's consideration. Harry unstoppered the vial and gently rolled it down the hallway in the opposite direction from where they needed to go. A few seconds later, it erupted into a spectacular display of colorful sparks and whistling rockets that bounced off the walls without burning them. The guards reacted immediately, running toward the commotion. The moment they were out of sight, Scott signaled the group forward, and they hurried down the now empty hallway. They followed the most logical path toward the center of the facility, guided by Lydia's increasingly strong banshee sensations and Harry's detection of magical energies. The combination led them to a set of heavy double doors marked "Primary Containment." "This is it," Lydia whispered, her face pale. "There's suffering beyond these doors." Many voices, all suppressed. Scott tested the doors carefully, finding them locked. Another keycard. Malia moved forward to apply her wire-yanking technique again, but Harry stopped her. "Wait. This one might be alarmed differently. Let me try something." He placed his hand against the lock mechanism and closed his eyes, concentrating. Instead of using a specific spell, he focused on what he wanted to achieve: the lock opening, the mechanism disengaging. He channeled his magic not through his wand but through his werewolf-enhanced senses, feeling the internal components of the lock. With a soft click, the doors unlocked. "How did you do that?" Scott asked, impressed. Not entirely sure. Harry admitted. Instinct, I guess. Combining magical intent with werewolf sensory perception. Integration. Lydia murmured with approval. You're progressing faster than expected. Let's hope it's fast enough. Harry replied, pushing the doors open. The sight that greeted them was worse than they'd imagined. The large chamber beyond was filled with glass containment cells, each holding a supernatural being in various states of distress. Tubes and monitoring equipment connected them to a central collection system where glowing essences of different colors were being extracted and filtered into storage tanks. My God! Scott breathed, horror evident in his voice. There must be 20 people here. Not all people, Malia noted grimly, pointing to what appeared to be a fully transformed Wendigo in one cell, and something with scales and a tail in another. Harry moved closer to the nearest cell, where a young woman with an otherworldly aura lay semi-conscious, tubes extending from her arms and neck. Kitsune, he identified, recognizing the fox-like energy signature from Scott's descriptions of Kira. They're extracting her foxfire essence. Lydia was drawn to another cell containing an elderly man whose eyes occasionally flashed with banshee-like awareness. He's like me, she whispered. But they've almost drained him completely. He's barely holding on. We need to free them. Scott decided immediately. Call the others for backup. We're shutting this place down tonight. Scott, Harry cautioned. We're not prepared for a full rescue operation. We don't know how to safely disconnect them from these machines, or what security measures might trigger if we try. We can't just leave them here. Scott insisted. We won't, Harry assured him. But we need to be smart about this. Get Deepening here with medical knowledge, Argent with tactical experience, Styles with technical expertise. Otherwise we might kill these people trying to save them. Scott hesitated, clearly torn between immediate action and prudent planning. How long do you think they have? Harry examined the extraction apparatus more carefully. The process looks designed for sustainability, not rapid depletion. They want these subjects to last. I'd estimate we have at least until tomorrow before any permanent damage occurs to those not already critical. He's right, Lydia added, studying the monitoring equipment. These readings suggest the extraction is paced to allow for recovery periods. They're treating these beings like resources to be managed, not consumed all at once. Scott nodded reluctantly. Okay. We document everything, create a rescue plan, and return with the full pack tomorrow night. He pulled out his phone and began taking photographs of the facility layout and containment systems. Harry moved deeper into the chamber, drawn by a sensation of more intense magical energy. At the far end, separate from the other containment cells, was a heavily reinforced chamber with specialized containment fields visible as shimmering energy around it. This one's different, he called softly to the others. More secure. They joined him, examining the reinforced cell. Unlike the others, it was empty, but the preparation was extensive. Magical dampening fields, physical restraints made of what appeared to be silver and mountain ash composites, and monitoring equipment far more sophisticated than what surrounded the other captives. They built this for you, Malia stated bluntly, looking at Harry. It appears so, he agreed grimly. Triple redundant containment, magical, physical, and technological. They're not taking any chances. At least we know where they plan to put you, Lydia said. Which means we can prepare countermeasures. A sudden alarm blared throughout the facility, red warning lights flashing along the walls. That's not good, Scott said unnecessarily. Perimeter breach detected. An automated voice announced over the intercom. Security protocols initiated. Containment lockdown in progress. We need to move, Harry urged. Now. They rushed back toward the entrance, but as they reached the doors, they slammed shut automatically, heavy bolts sliding into place with ominous finality. Alternate exit? Malia asked, looking to Scott. This way, he replied, leading them toward a service corridor they'd passed earlier. The corridor ended in another locked door, this one with a more complex security system than those they'd encountered previously. I can't bypass this one so easily, Harry said after a quick examination. It has multiple redundant systems. Stand back. Malia growled, fully shifting to her beta form. With impressive strength, she began prying at the door, her claws leaving deep gouges in the metal. The alarms must have been triggered by something else, Lydia reasoned as Malia worked on the door. The timing is too coincidental with our discovery of your containment cell. Or they've known we were here all along, Harry suggested darkly. Been watching us, letting us see what they wanted us to see. As if confirming his suspicion, the intercom crackled to life again, this time with Reinhardt's voice. Mr. Potter, Mr. McCall, Ms. Martin, Ms. Tate, he said smoothly. How kind of you to accept my invitation. I had hoped you might investigate our operation, though I anticipated it might take another day or two to draw your attention. This was a trap, Scott realized. Not a trap, Reinhardt corrected. An opportunity for mutual education. You now have a better understanding of our operation's scope, and I have confirmation of your group's capabilities. For instance, Mr. Potter's impressive wandless lock manipulation, most enlightening. Harry cursed under his breath. They'd played right into Reinhardt's hands, revealing techniques and abilities that would make his countermeasures even more effective in the future. What do you want, Reinhardt? Scott demanded. What any scientist wants, Mr. McCall. Understanding. Advancement. The rational application of knowledge for the betterment of humanity. By imprisoning and draining innocent supernatural beings? Lydia challenged. Innocent is a subjective term, Ms. Martin. These beings possess power without oversight, abilities without regulation. We simply bring order to chaos. Malia had made significant progress on the door, creating a gap large enough to see through to the corridor beyond, where a squad of armed hunters waited with weapons ready. We need another way, she growled, backing away from the door. Harry assessed their options. The facility's suppression field was hampering his magic, but not completely neutralizing it. If he channeled enough power. I'm going to try something, he told the others. It's risky, but it might be our only option. Stand close to me. As Scott, Lydia, and Malia gathered around him, Harry raised his wand and closed his eyes, focusing not just on his magic but on his werewolf strength as well. He visualized them combining, flowing together like streams merging into a river, becoming something greater than either alone. Interesting choice, Mr. Potter. Reinhardt's voice came through the intercom, sounding genuinely curious. I look forward to seeing what you attempt. Ignoring the taunt, Harry drew on every technique he'd learned since arriving in Beacon Hills. He thought of Malia's lesson about simply being rather than thinking, of Lydia's theory about resonant anchors, of Scott's example of drawing strength from connection to others. With his pack, and yes, he now thought of them as his pack, gathered close around him, Harry channeled his power into a spell he'd never attempted on this scale. Portus Maxima, he whispered, his wand describing a complex pattern that encompassed all four of them. The air shimmered, reality seeming to bend around them. For a terrible moment, nothing happened, then with a wrenching sensation similar to but distinct from apparition, they vanished from the facility. They reappeared in the woods near the lake house, the abrupt transition leaving them all momentarily disoriented. Scott and Malia recovered first, their werewolf physiology adapting quickly. Lydia swayed on her feet, and Harry steadied her with a hand at her elbow. What was that? She asked, blinking rapidly. Portkey spell, Harry explained, feeling drained from the massive expenditure of magical energy. Creates an object that transports whoever touches it to a predetermined location. Except I modified it to work without an object, just pure spatial manipulation. You invented a new spell on the spot? Scott asked, impressed. More like, adapted an existing one. Harry corrected, his legs suddenly wobbly beneath him. Using both magical knowledge and werewolf instinct. Malia caught him as he stumbled, her strength easily supporting his weight. You smell wrong, she said with characteristic bluntness. Like you're burning from the inside. Magical exhaustion. Harry confirmed, his vision starting to blur. Using that much power through the suppression field took more out of me than I expected. We need to get him to the house. Scott decided. Deeton should examine him. Harry tried to take a step forward and found his legs unwilling to cooperate. Without hesitation, Malia scooped him up as if he weighed nothing, carrying him in the direction of the lake house. I can walk, Harry protested weakly. Evidence suggests otherwise, Malia replied matter-of-factly. As they approached the house, the lights came on inside. Derek and the others had heard them coming. Styles burst through the front door, alarm evident on his face. What happened? He demanded. You've only been gone an hour. Trap, Scott said succinctly. Tell you inside. Harry needs help. Deeton met them in the living room, quickly clearing the sofa for Harry as Malia gently deposited him there. The veterinarian's expression was grave as he examined Harry's condition. His magical aura is severely depleted, Deeton diagnosed. And there's evidence of strain on his werewolf healing factor. Whatever he did required both aspects of his nature at maximum output. Is he going to be okay? Lydia asked, concern evident in her voice. With rest, yes, Deeton assured them. But he's pushed the integration of his dual nature further, and faster than we anticipated. There may be consequences. What kind of consequences? Scott asked. Difficult to predict, Deeton admitted. His condition is unprecedented. The forcible integration of two powerful supernatural energies under stress could accelerate his evolution toward whatever he's ultimately becoming. Harry tried to focus on the conversation, but his consciousness was fading in and out. Through the haze, he became aware of an internal sensation, not pain exactly, but profound change. It felt as though his magical core and werewolf essence were no longer merely coexisting but actively reconfiguring themselves, creating something new from their combined elements. He's burning up, Malia said, placing a hand on his forehead. Fever? Not exactly, Deeton replied. More like metamorphosis. His body is adapting to handle the integrated power. What can we do? Lydia asked. Keep him cool and comfortable, Deeton instructed. And maintain physical contact. Nexus beings draw stability from resonant connections, especially during periods of transformation. As if acting on instinct, Lydia took one of Harry's hands while Malia positioned herself at his other side, her hand on his shoulder. The effect was immediate. Harry felt anchored, the chaotic energy within him beginning to stabilize. That's working, Deeton observed with interest. His aura is stabilizing. It appears Ms. Martin's theory about resonant anchors was correct. Why us specifically? Malia asked, nodding toward herself and Lydia. You represent the dual aspects of his nature, Deeton explained. Lydia's banshee abilities resonate with his magical core, while your primal work coyote nature connects to his werewolf side. Together, you're helping him find balance. The explanation made perfect sense to Harry through his haze of semi-consciousness. He'd felt drawn to both women from the beginning, to Lydia's brilliant mind and supernatural sensitivity, to Malia's directness and animal instinct. They complemented different aspects of his nature in ways he was only beginning to understand. Guys, Styles interrupted. Not to spoil this magical three-way bonding moment, but shouldn't we be discussing the fact that you just escaped from a supernatural concentration camp? One that's probably on high alert now that you've magic Houdini'd out of there? Styles is right, Scott acknowledged. We need to debrief and make plans. Reinhardt knows we're aware of his operation now. He'll either accelerate his timeline or relocate. Accelerate, Harry managed to say, his voice weak but determined. The empty containment cell, it was ready. He's coming for me soon. Then we need to be ready for him, Derek stated firmly. As the pack began strategic planning, Harry drifted further into a strange twilight consciousness. The world around him grew distant, while his inner landscape expanded into vivid clarity. Within his mind, he could see his magical core, a swirling emerald energy that had always been his true strength, and beside it, the newer, primal power of his werewolf nature, glowing with ruby intensity. Where once they had been separate entities existing in uneasy proximity, now they orbited each other like binary stars, gradually spiraling closer, their energies beginning to merge at the edges. The integration was beautiful and terrifying, power beyond anything he'd known before, but with complexity and potential for both creation and destruction. More remarkable still were the golden threads connecting him to others, to Scott and the pack, yes, but most prominently to the two women who anchored him now. The connections to Lydia and Malia shone brightest, pulsing with vitality, each distinct in character but equally essential. "He's dreaming." Lydia's voice came to him distantly. "Look at his eyes. They're moving beneath the lids," Malia confirmed. "And his scent is changing again." Harry wanted to tell them what he was experiencing, but speech seemed beyond him now. Instead, he surrendered to the vision, letting it guide him through the transformation that was reshaping his very nature. In this internal landscape, a presence manifested, not Reinhardt, or any external threat, but something that had been within Harry all along. It took the familiar form of a stag, his Patronus, the embodiment of his deepest protective instincts. But now the stag was changing, its form incorporating aspects of the wolf, not becoming less deer-like, but somehow more, as if reaching a more perfect expression of its essential nature. The stag-wolf approached him, radiating approval and expectation. This was his true self, Harry realized, not wizard, not werewolf, but protector, guardian, alpha in the most fundamental sense of the word. Not through dominance but through sacrifice, courage, and love. The revelation washed through him with cleansing power, aligning the chaotic energies of his transformation. With it came understanding. He needed both aspects of his nature, both anchors of his heart, to fulfill his purpose in this new world. As this realization solidified, Harry felt the transformation stabilizing. The burning sensation throughout his body cooled to a manageable warmth, the chaotic energies finding harmony. He surfaced slowly from the visionary state, becoming aware again of his physical surroundings, the concerned faces of the pack, the continuing strategic discussion, the steady presence of Lydia and Malia at his sides. "He's coming back," Lydia announced, noticing his more focused gaze. "Harry?" Scott leaned over him. "Can you hear us?" "Yes," Harry managed, his voice stronger than before. "I'm here." Relief spread through the group, tension visibly easing from their postures. "Welcome back," Deepening said. "You've been in a transformative state for nearly 2 hours." Harry pushed himself to a sitting position, surprised to find his strength returning rapidly. I understood." He struggled to put the profound experience into words, but Deepening nodded as if comprehending. "The integration proceeded faster than anticipated." "How do you feel?" "Different," Harry said honestly. "More unified. Like the wizard and werewolf parts of me aren't competing anymore." "Your aura confirms it," Deepening observed. "The energies are harmonizing rather than conflicting." Harry became aware that Lydia and Malia were still at his sides, their presence comforting in a way he couldn't fully articulate. "Thank you," he told them quietly. "For anchoring me." "Did it help?" Malia asked directly. "More than you know," Harry confirmed. He turned to the wider group. "What did I miss?" Scott quickly brought him up to speed on their planning. They had decided on a two-pronged approach, a rescue mission to free the captives at Reinhardt's facility, combined with a protective strategy to keep Harry from falling into his hands. "We're going back tomorrow night," Scott explained. "Full pack, plus Argent and his hunter allies who oppose Reinhardt's methods. Deepening has prepared medical protocols for safely disconnecting the captives from the extraction apparatus." "I'm coming with you," Harry stated firmly. "That's exactly what Reinhardt wants," Derek pointed out. "He's built that specialized containment cell specifically for you." "Which is precisely why I need to be there," Harry countered. "I'm the bait that will draw his attention while the rest of you free the captives." "Too risky," Scott said with a shake of his head. "After what we saw today, I'm stronger now," Harry interrupted. "What happened tonight, the transformation, it wasn't just magical exhaustion. It was evolution." He held up his hand, concentrating briefly. Green gold energy manifested around it without his wand, shaped by pure will. I understand my abilities better. I can control them more effectively. The pack watched in amazement as the energy coalesced into a perfect miniature stagwolf that pranced across his palm before dissolving back into sparks. Wandless magic? Lydia breathed, clearly impressed. More than that, Harry explained. It's not just wizard magic anymore. It's something new. Magic shaped by werewolf instinct, werewolf power enhanced by magical precision. The Alpha Sorcerer, Malia said simply, naming what he had become. The term resonated with Harry's recent vision. Yes, he acknowledged. That's what I am now. Even so, Scott insisted. Reinhardt has been planning for you specifically. We can't risk, Scott. Harry interrupted gently. I've spent my life being hunted by someone who wanted to kill me. I'm not afraid of Reinhardt. And more importantly, I refuse to hide while others risk themselves on my behalf. Not again. Not ever again. Something in his tone, perhaps the echo of all he'd experienced in his original world, gave Scott pause. The Alpha studied Harry for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, he conceded. But we do this smart. You're not bait, you're a strategic asset. We use your abilities as part of a coordinated plan, not as a sacrifice play. Agreed, Harry said, satisfied. Now, tell me everything about this facility again. Every detail you noticed, every security measure. If we're going back in, we need to be fully prepared. As the planning session resumed with renewed focus, Harry became increasingly aware of the complex emotions emanating from Lydia and Malia. Though they participated actively in the strategy discussion, he could sense undercurrents of concern, protectiveness, and something deeper developing in both of them, feelings directed toward him that mirrored his own growing attachment to them. The situation might have been awkward under normal circumstances, finding himself drawn to two remarkable women simultaneously, each connecting to different aspects of his nature. But nothing about Harry's life had ever been normal, and his transformation into the Alpha Sorcerer seemed to have altered more than just his powers. His perspective on relationships had expanded as well, becoming less constrained by conventional expectations. Whether this unusual emotional dynamic would become problematic in the future remained to be seen. For now, Harry was grateful for both connections, drawing strength and stability from them as the pack prepared for what would undoubtedly be a dangerous confrontation. Morning brought new complications. Reports of increased hunter activity throughout Beacon Hills suggested Reinhardt was expanding his operation rather than relocating it. More concerning still were rumors of strange experiments being conducted, supernatural beings allegedly seen with abilities they shouldn't possess. He's already begun the binding process, Deepening concluded grimly after reviewing the reports. Using the essence he's collected to enhance his hunters. How advanced is the process likely to be? Harry asked, remembering the precision Reinhardt had emphasized regarding the ritual. Rudimentary at best, Deepening assured him. True integration of supernatural powers requires more than just essence transfer. There are psychological and physiological barriers that can't be easily overcome. Like how bitten werewolves struggle with control at first, Scott suggested. Precisely. Deepening agreed. Even with Reinhardt's advanced techniques, his enhanced hunters will experience significant limitations and probably side effects. This was moderately reassuring, but Harry couldn't shake his concern. If Reinhardt had knowledge from the wizarding world, even incomplete knowledge, he might have found ways to accelerate the process beyond what Deepening anticipated. After breakfast, the pack dispersed to their various preparations. Argent left to coordinate with his allied hunters. Styles and Lydia headed to the sheriff's station to brief Sheriff Stilinski on the situation, and Scott went to update his mother about potential supernatural injuries that might soon require treatment. Harry found himself alone with Malia on the lake house deck, the morning sun sparkling across the water. She was watching him with her characteristic directness, clearly assessing his condition after the previous night's transformation. "You look better," she said finally. "Less like you're going to explode." Harry smiled. "I feel better." More integrated. Good. She nodded firmly. We need you at full strength tonight. Malia, Harry began, uncertain how to address what had happened between them, the run through the forest, her blunt expression of interest, the way she had anchored him during his transformation. About last night. You don't need to make it complicated, she interrupted. I'm attracted to you. You're attracted to me. But you're also attracted to Lydia. I can smell it on both of you. Harry blinked, taken aback by her frankness but also relieved by it. Yes, he admitted. I am. To both of you, in different ways. Because we represent different aspects of your nature, Malia said, surprising him with her insight. Lydia connects to your wizard side, smart, strategic, perceptive. I connect to your wolf, instinctive, direct, physical. That's remarkably perceptive, Harry acknowledged. Malia shrugged. I lived as a coyote for 8 years. Gives you a different perspective on human relationships. Less rules, more instinct. And you're okay with that? With the complexity? Depends, she said practically. Is Lydia okay with it? Are you? I know what I want and don't need exclusivity. Coyotes aren't naturally monogamous. But humans have all these expectations and jealousy issues. Harry considered her question seriously. I don't know, he answered honestly. This is new territory for me. In my world, I never considered anything outside traditional relationships. But you're not just from your world anymore, Malia pointed out. You're becoming something new. Maybe your relationships need to evolve too. Her logic was surprisingly compelling. Before Harry could respond, the sliding door opened, and Lydia stepped onto the deck. There you are, she said. Styles and I just got back from the sheriff's station. We've got new information about. She paused, sensing the atmosphere. Am I interrupting something? Just talking about Harry's dual attractions, Malia said bluntly. Lydia's eyebrows rose. Excuse me? Malia, Harry began awkwardly, but she continued undeterred. He's attracted to both of us, she explained to Lydia. You to his wizard side, me to his wolf side. I'm fine with sharing if you are. Seems efficient given his nature. Harry felt his face grow warm, certain that this direct approach would horrify Lydia. To his surprise, after a moment of stunned silence, she laughed, a genuine, unguarded sound he'd rarely heard from her. Only you, Malia, Lydia said, shaking her head. Only you would approach this like a logical optimization problem. Isn't it? Malia challenged. Harry needs both aspects of his nature balanced. We each connect to different parts. Why pretend otherwise? Lydia turned to Harry, her expression softening. Is this what you want? Both of us? Put on the spot, Harry took a moment to consider his answer carefully. I'm drawn to both of you, he admitted. In different but equally meaningful ways. But I don't want to complicate things or create problems within the pack, especially with everything else we're facing. The pack has survived awkward relationships before, Lydia observed wryly. And this situation is unique. So you're considering it? Malia asked directly. Lydia looked thoughtful. I'm not dismissing it outright, which surprises even me. But perhaps this discussion should wait until after we've dealt with the immediate threat? Reinhardt, supernatural prisons, essence extraction, these seem like higher priorities. Fair point, Malia conceded. She turned to Harry. We'll resume this conversation later. When you're not in danger of being magically dissected. Despite the gravity of their situation, Harry couldn't help but smile. The directness with which they were addressing something that would have been buried under layers of awkwardness and miscommunication in his previous life was refreshing. Thank you, he said sincerely to both of them. For even considering this. For helping me through the transformation. For everything, really. Don't thank us yet, Lydia cautioned. We still have to get through tonight. She shifted to business mode. Speaking of which, the sheriff provided some useful intelligence. Reinhardt has apparently requested additional power allocation from the city grid for tonight, enough to run significant equipment. The binding ritual. Harry realized. He's accelerating his timeline, just as we suspected. Which means our rescue operation just got more urgent. Malia concluded. I should check in with Deepening. Harry decided. If Reinhardt is planning the ritual for tonight, we need to understand exactly what he's attempting and how to counter it. As he moved toward the door, both women fell into step beside him, one on his left, one on his right. The symmetry felt right somehow, balanced. Whatever came next, Harry was no longer facing it alone. He had a pack, he had anchors, he had a purpose. The boy who lived had become the alpha sorcerer, and tonight, Reinhardt would discover exactly what that meant. Deepening's concern grew visibly as they relayed the new information about Reinhardt's power requirements. A full binding ritual requires tremendous energy, he confirmed. Both magical and electrical. If he's drawing that much power from the grid, he's planning something far more ambitious than isolated experiments. What specifically? Harry pressed. My guess would be a mass binding, transferring multiple supernatural abilities simultaneously to a primary subject. Deepening's expression was grim. Creating not just enhanced hunters, but a supernatural hybrid of unprecedented power. A weapon, Scott concluded. Or a template for mass production. Either possibility is concerning. Deepening agreed. But a ritual of this magnitude would require a focal point, a primary essence of exceptional quality to stabilize the others. All eyes turned to Harry. Me, he said unnecessarily. My hybrid nature makes me the perfect catalyst. Which is why we can't risk you being anywhere near the facility tonight, Derek stated firmly. On the contrary, Harry countered. It's exactly why I need to be there. If I'm the key component Reinhardt needs, my absence might cause him to accelerate essence extraction from his other captives to compensate. We could be condemning them to death by keeping me away. This grim logic silenced objections temporarily. Deepening looked thoughtful. There might be a way to use this to our advantage, he suggested. If Harry were to appear to allow himself to be captured, but with protective measures in place. No, Scott interrupted firmly. No one is getting captured, even as a decoy. I agree with Scott, Lydia said. The specialized containment Reinhardt has prepared for Harry might neutralize any protections we could devise. Then we stick with the original plan, Styles decided. 2 teams, one to free the captives, one to disable the ritual apparatus. We get in fast, hit hard, and get out before Reinhardt can adapt. With some modifications, Harry added. Now that we know more about the facility's layout and Reinhardt's timeline, we can be more targeted in our approach. The planning continued throughout the day, growing increasingly detailed as new information arrived from Argent's reconnaissance. By late afternoon, they had a comprehensive strategy that balanced aggression with caution, utilizing each pack member's strengths while accounting for the facility's defenses. As evening approached, the atmosphere in the lake house grew tense with Premonition energy. Pack members checked equipment, reviewed assignments, and prepared for what would undoubtedly be a dangerous operation. Harry found a quiet moment to slip outside, needing a brief respite from the preparations. He stood at the edge of the lake, watching the sunset paint the water in shades of gold and crimson. So much had changed in the short time since his arrival in this world: his nature, his powers, his relationships. Yet some things remained constant: the drive to protect others, the willingness to face danger, the refusal to surrender to fear. "Penny for your thoughts," a voice said behind him. He turned to find Lydia approaching, her expression gentle in the fading light. "Just reflecting," Harry replied. "On everything that's happened since I arrived here." "Regrets?" she asked, coming to stand beside him. Harry considered the question seriously. "I miss my friends, my world. But no, I don't regret what's happened here. I've found another pack, another purpose." "Another home?" Lydia suggested softly. "Perhaps," Harry acknowledged. "Though I still hope to find a way back someday, to at least let them know I'm alive." We'll help you, Lydia promised. Once Reinhardt is dealt with, we can focus on researching dimensional travel. Between your magic and our science, there must be a solution. Her confidence was comforting, though Harry suspected the reality would be far more complex than she made it sound. Still, having hope of eventual contact with his original world eased a burden he'd been carrying since his arrival. Lydia, he began hesitantly. About what Malia said earlier. The unconventional relationship proposal? Lydia asked with a small smile. Leave it to Malia to approach emotional complexity with the subtlety of a battering ram. She has a refreshing directness, Harry admitted. But I don't want you to feel pressured or uncomfortable. Whatever happens after tonight, I value your friendship above all else. Lydia studied him thoughtfully. You know, before all this, before Scott was bitten, before I discovered my banshee nature, I had my life perfectly planned. Harvard, Fields Medal by 30, conventional success by every measure. She shook her head ruefully. The supernatural world shattered those plans, but gave me something more valuable: authenticity. The freedom to be who I truly am, not who others expect me to be. And who is that? Harry asked. The real Lydia Martin? Still discovering, she admitted. But I know she's not bound by conventional expectations. Not anymore. She met his gaze directly. So yes, I'm open to exploring whatever this is between us, including the complication that is Malia. Not because I'm being pressured, but because it feels right somehow. Connected to who we are becoming, not who we were. Her answer surprised and moved him. Thank you, he said simply, unable to articulate the full depth of his appreciation for her openness. Don't thank me yet, she repeated her caution from earlier. Let's survive tonight first. Then we can figure out our unconventional supernatural love triangle. The phrasing made Harry laugh despite the tension of the coming mission. One apocalyptic threat at a time? Exactly, Lydia agreed with a smile. Now come on. The others are waiting, and we have a mad scientist wizard to stop. Darkness had fully descended by the time they approached Reinhardt's facility. The pack moved in synchronized groups, utilizing the plan they had meticulously developed throughout the day. Harry, Scott, Malia, and Lydia formed the primary assault team, while Derek led the secondary group focused on freeing captives. Styles remained at a safe distance with Deepening, coordinating communication and prepared to provide medical assistance to freed prisoners. Argent and his allied hunters had taken positions around the perimeter, ready to intercept any of Reinhardt's forces that might escape during the case. They had also disabled the facility's external power connections, forcing it to rely on backup generators that would provide limited capacity for Reinhardt's planned ritual. As they reached their insertion point, the same maintenance entrance they had used the previous night, now with enhanced security, Harry felt a strange calm descend over him. The integration of his dual nature had brought with it a new clarity in moments of crisis, a focused awareness that balanced magical precision with werewolf instinct. Security's been upgraded, Scott observed quietly, nodding toward the new motion sensors and what appeared to be magical detection wards around the entrance. They're expecting us, Lydia whispered. Good, Malia said with predatory anticipation. I hate surprising people. It's more satisfying when they see you coming. Harry studied the defenses, reaching out with his combined senses. The wards are basic, detection rather than prevention. They want to know when we breach, not stop us from doing so. Another trap? Scott asked. Likely, Harry confirmed. But we're prepared this time. He extended his hand toward the door, focusing his integrated power. No magica, he whispered, using a spell of his own creation that combined magical negation with werewolf sensory disruption. The detection wards flickered briefly, then went dormant without triggering alarms. Harry nodded to Malia, who made quick work of the enhanced lock system as she had the previous night. They slipped inside, moving with practiced coordination down the service corridor. Unlike their previous visit, the facility hummed with increased activity. More guards patrolled the hallways, and the background noise of machinery had intensified significantly. The ritual preparations are well underway, Lydia observed as they paused at a junction. I can feel it, like pressure building before a storm. Harry nodded, sensing the same magical tension in the air. We need to move quickly. Derek, is your team in position? Through their communication devices, Derek's voice confirmed. East entrance secured. Moving toward containment area now. Remember the plan. Scott reminded them all. Derek's team frees the captives. We locate and disable the ritual chamber. No unnecessary risks. If you encounter Reinhardt directly, disengage and call for backup. They moved deeper into the facility, following the increasing magical energy signature that Harry could now track with his enhanced senses. It led them not toward the containment area they had discovered previously, but down a separate corridor ending in massive double doors marked Research Division Alpha. This is it, Harry confirmed quietly. The ritual chamber is beyond these doors. Scott signaled for a pause, listening intently. At least 6 heartbeats inside. Elevated rates suggesting tension or anticipation. Armed? Malia asked. Definitely. Scott confirmed. And something else, scents that aren't quite human, but not fully supernatural either. The enhanced hunters. Harry realized. They've already undergone preliminary binding procedures. How do we want to play this? Lydia asked. Stealth or direct confrontation? Harry considered their options. Stealth would be difficult against enhanced hunters who might have heightened senses. A direct approach might trigger immediate defensive responses, potentially endangering the captives Derek's team was attempting to free. Middle path. He decided. I'll create a diversion at the main entrance to the chamber while you 3 slip in through the ventilation system there. He pointed to a maintenance access panel that, according to the building plans Styles had obtained, connected to the ritual chamber's ventilation. We're not splitting up. Scott objected. That's exactly what Reinhardt wants. I'm not proposing to face him alone. Harry assured him. Just create enough chaos to focus attention on one entry point while you position yourselves for a coordinated attack. After a moment's consideration, Scott nodded reluctantly. 2 minutes. If you're not in the chamber with us by then, we're coming back for you. Fair enough. Harry agreed. While Scott, Lydia, and Malia removed the ventilation panel and slipped inside, Harry prepared for his diversion. He drew on both aspects of his power, the precision of his magical training and the raw strength of his werewolf nature, and focused them into a controlled release. Bombarda moderata, he whispered, directing the spell at the door's locking mechanism. The explosion was perfectly calibrated, loud enough to demand attention but controlled enough to avoid structural damage. The doors burst open, alarms immediately blaring throughout the facility. Harry ducked to the side as guards rushed to the entrance, weapons raised. As expected, they focused on the obvious breach point, giving Scott's team the opportunity to enter undetected through the ventilation system. Through their earpieces, Harry heard Derek's team reporting success in the containment area. First 3 captives secured. Proceeding with extraction. Minimal resistance encountered. The distraction had worked as planned, drawing security personnel away from multiple areas of the facility. Now Harry needed to join the others in the ritual chamber without being captured in the process. He waited until the initial rush of guards had passed, then slipped along the wall toward the broken doors. A quick disillusionment charm provided additional cover as he maneuvered into the chamber. The space beyond was vast and clinical, a central platform surrounded by complex machinery and arcane symbols drawn on the floor and what appeared to be mountain ash mixed with other substances. Surrounding the platform were 7 containment pods, each holding a supernatural being connected to extraction apparatus. Their essences, visible as colored energy, flowed through transparent tubes toward a central collection device. At the chamber's far end stood Reinhardt, directing technicians as they made final adjustments to the equipment. He appeared calm and focused, untroubled by the facility's blaring alarms. Proceed with initial power calibration, he instructed. The intrusion is being handled. We continue as planned. Harry scanned the room, locating Scott, Malia, and Lydia in position behind equipment racks on the upper level. They had clear sightlines to the central platform and were waiting for Harry's signal to initiate their coordinated attack. Before he could move to join them, a new figure entered the chamber, a man in tactical gear whose movements suggested enhanced strength and reflexes. Even more concerning was the faint magical aura surrounding him, visible to Harry's integrated senses. "Sir," the enhanced hunter addressed Reinhardt. "Security reports the main breaching team has been intercepted, but there are multiple intrusion points. The containment area has been compromised." Reinhardt's expression remained untroubled. "As anticipated. The captives there were secondary resources at best. What of our primary target?" "No sign of Potter yet," the hunter reported. "Teams are sweeping all corridors." "He's here," Reinhardt said with conviction. "I can feel his magical signature. Unique. Powerful." He turned in a slow circle, his gaze passing over Harry's disillusioned form without pausing. "In fact, I suspect he's already in this room, observing us." Harry tensed, ready to move if Reinhardt had somehow detected him despite the disillusionment charm. "Clever of you to combine magical concealment with physical stealth, Mr. Potter," Reinhardt continued conversationally. "But ultimately futile. You see, I've been studying your particular magical frequency since our first encounter. My equipment is specifically calibrated to detect it, whether visible or not." He gestured to one of the technicians, who activated a device on the control panel. Immediately, a fine mist sprayed throughout the chamber. Where it contacted Harry's disillusioned form, it clung and shimmered, outlining him in glowing particles. "Ah, there you are," Reinhardt said with satisfaction. "Right on schedule." Harry abandoned stealth for action. "Now!" he shouted to the others, simultaneously dropping his disillusionment and firing a powerful stunning spell at the central collection device. The chamber erupted into chaos. Scott, Malia, and Lydia launched their attack from above, targeting the enhanced hunters and technicians. Alarms blared with renewed urgency as containment systems began to fail under their coordinated assault. Reinhardt remained unnervingly calm amid the pandemonium, reaching into his jacket to withdraw his wand. "Impressive teamwork," he commented, deflecting Harry's second spell with a shield charm. "But predictable. You prioritize saving others over your own safety, a quintessentially Gryffindor trait. You keep mentioning Hogwarts houses," Harry said, circling to position himself between Reinhardt and the captives. "How do you know about them?" "About my world." "All in good time, Mr. Potter," Reinhardt replied. "For now, I believe a demonstration is in order." He turned to the enhanced hunter who had reported to him earlier. "Mr. Chambers, if you would?" The hunter, Chambers, who Harry now recognized as the leader from their forest encounter, stepped forward. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light as he extended his hands toward Harry. To Harry's shock, what emerged was not claws or conventional weapons, but a pulse of magical energy remarkably similar to a wizard's stunning spell. Harry barely dodged in time, the magical blast singeing his sleeve as it passed. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Reinhardt observed. "The successful integration of magical capability into a non-magical host. Crude compared to your natural abilities, of course, but a promising start. You're giving hunters magical powers." Harry realized with horror. Not just supernatural strength or speed, but actual spellcasting ability. The logical next step in evolution, Reinhardt confirmed. Why should such gifts be limited to those born with them? Technology and science can democratize power, make it available to all who prove worthy. "There's nothing democratic about this," Harry retorted, deflecting another blast from Chambers. "You're harvesting beings against their will, creating weapons you can't possibly control." Across the chamber, Scott and Malia were engaging other enhanced hunters, while Lydia worked to free the captives from their extraction pods. The fight was intensifying, with the enhanced hunters displaying various supernatural abilities combined with rudimentary magical attacks. "Control is merely a matter of proper conditioning and failsafes," Reinhardt said dismissively, "which I have implemented with meticulous attention to detail." He raised his wand, casting a spell Harry didn't recognize that manifested as a web of energy expanding throughout the chamber. Where it touched the enhanced hunters, their movements became more coordinated, more aggressive, as if the spell had enhanced their tactical awareness. A hive mind coordination charm, Reinhardt explained, noting Harry's confusion. My own invention, combining magical theory with neural network principles. Quite effective for battlefield management. The enhanced hunters responded immediately to the spell, adjusting their tactics to counter the pack's advantages. One fired a burst of what appeared to be foxfire energy at Malia, while another used canema venom projectiles against Scott. Harry needed to end this quickly before his friends were overwhelmed. Drawing on his integrated power, he cast a counterspell designed to disrupt Reinhardt's coordination charm. Nexus Disrupto! He called, channeling both magical precision and werewolf strength into the spell. The effect was immediate. The web of energy shattered, momentarily disorienting the enhanced hunters and giving the pack a critical advantage. Scott and Malia pressed forward, incapacitating several opponents in quick succession. Reinhardt's expression showed surprise for the first time. Impressive adaptation, he acknowledged. You've progressed further in integrating your dual nature than my models predicted. You don't know what I'm capable of, Harry said, advancing toward him. Perhaps not the full extent, Reinhardt conceded, but enough to have prepared contingencies. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small device, pressing a button on its surface. Instantly, a focused suppression field activated around Harry, more powerful and precisely targeted than the one from their forest encounter. Harry felt his connection to his magic dim dramatically, while his werewolf abilities seemed sluggish and muted. The unexpected dual suppression sent him staggering, momentarily vulnerable. Chambers seized the opportunity, tackling Harry to the ground with enhanced strength. Got him, he called to Reinhardt. Excellent, Reinhardt approved. Get him to the primary containment pod. The ritual can proceed as planned. Harry struggled against Chambers' grip, finding his strength severely compromised by the targeted suppression field. He could see Scott attempting to reach him, only to be blocked by 3 enhanced hunters working in coordinated defense. Harry! Lydia called out in alarm, abandoning her work with the captives to move toward him. Stay back, Harry warned her. Complete the mission. Chambers dragged Harry toward the central platform where a specialized containment pod waited, the same design he had seen in the empty cell the previous night, but now fully activated and humming with power. As they approached the pod, Harry felt a strange resonance with the captured supernatural essences flowing through the collection's system. Even through the suppression field, he could sense their distinct energies: werewolf, banshee, kitsune, wendigo, kanema, each with its unique signature. The realization hit him suddenly. The suppression field was designed for his specific frequency, but these other energies operated on different wavelengths. If he could somehow attune himself to them, use them to modulate his own power. It was a desperate gamble, but Harry had no alternative. Reaching deep within himself, to the place where his magical core and werewolf essence had integrated, he opened his awareness to the supernatural energies surrounding him. Rather than fighting the suppression field, he shifted his internal frequency, adapting like water finding a new channel when its original path is blocked. The change was subtle at first, then increasingly pronounced. Color began to return to Harry's vision as his power resurged, but different than before. No longer pure emerald green but prismatic, incorporating aspects of the other essences flowing through the chamber. Chambers felt the change in his captive and tightened his grip. Sir! Something's happening! Reinhardt looked up from the control panel, his expression shifting from satisfaction to concern as he observed the transformation taking place. Impossible, he muttered. The suppression field is still active. With a surge of newly modulated power, Harry broke free of Chambers' grip. You made a fundamental mistake, Reinhardt, he said, his voice resonating with multi-layered energy. You assumed my power has fixed parameters that can be suppressed with the right frequency. But I'm still evolving. As if to emphasize his point, Harry extended his hand toward the suppression device Reinhardt held. Accio. The device flew from Reinhardt's grasp and smashed against the wall, instantly deactivating the field targeting Harry. With his full power restored and enhanced by the resonance with the other supernatural energies, Harry turned to the containment pods. A sweep of his hand and a wordless spell shattered their restraint systems, freeing the captives within. Stop him! Reinhardt commanded the remaining enhanced hunters. Protocol Omega. The hunters responded immediately, converging on Harry with coordinated precision. Their enhanced abilities made them formidable opponents, but Harry was no longer fighting alone. Scott and Malia had broken through their blockade, while Lydia's banshee scream disoriented several attackers at once. As the battle intensified, Harry noticed Reinhardt backing toward a secondary exit, a tactical retreat clearly in progress. Scott! Harry called, pointing toward the escaping scientist. Scott nodded his understanding, but before either of them could pursue, the facility's backup generators overloaded. Whether from the strain of the battle or deliberate sabotage, Harry couldn't tell. Emergency lighting activated as the main power failed, plunging sections of the chamber into semi-darkness. The ritual apparatus is destabilizing, Lydia warned, reading indicators on the control panel. The collected essence is becoming volatile without proper containment. Harry could see it happening. The tubes carrying supernatural essence were glowing with increasing intensity, pressure building visibly within the system. If the apparatus ruptured completely, the uncontrolled release of essence could be catastrophic. Get everyone out! Harry commanded. I'll stabilize the system. We're not leaving you, Scott insisted, dispatching another enhanced hunter with a powerful strike. You have to, Harry countered. Get the freed captives to safety. I'm the only one who can contain this energy safely. Scott hesitated, clearly torn between completing the mission and standing by his friend. 2 minutes, he finally decided. Then we're coming back in, explosion risk or not. As the pack began evacuating the weakened captives, Harry approached the destabilizing collection system. The situation was dire. Magical and supernatural energies designed to be contained and directed were now building toward explosive release. Even with his enhanced abilities, controlling such chaotic power would push him to his limits. Be careful, Potter. Reinhardt's voice came from the shadows near the exit. Even you might not survive direct contact with that much raw essence. Still here? Harry asked, not taking his eyes off the pulsing collection system. I thought you'd have fled by now. And miss witnessing the full expression of your potential? Hardly. Despite the facility crumbling around him, Reinhardt's scientific curiosity remained evident. The question is whether you'll try to contain the energy or absorb it. Either choice is informative. Harry ignored the taunt, focusing on the task at hand. The collection system contained 7 distinct supernatural essences, each with its own properties and behaviors. Containing them all simultaneously would require precise magical control combined with instinctual understanding of supernatural energy, exactly the integration he had been developing. Drawing his wand for additional precision, Harry began creating a containment field of his own, not to capture the essence, but to direct its inevitable release safely upward, through the facility's roof and into the open air where it could disperse harmlessly. Magical channeling rather than containment, Reinhardt observed. Clever. Though I wonder if you've considered the consequences of releasing such power into the environment. Better than the alternative, Harry replied through gritted teeth, the strain of maintaining the magical channel already significant. The collection system's pressure reached critical levels, tubes beginning to crack despite Harry's efforts. Essence leaked through these fissures, seeking the path of least resistance, which Harry had deliberately created through his magical channel. What he hadn't anticipated was how the escaping essence would react to his own dual nature. As the first streams of energy entered his channel, they seemed almost attracted to him, drawn to the integrated power he embodied. Rather than following the directed path upward, tendrils of essence began curling toward Harry himself. Fascinating, Reinhardt commented from the doorway. They recognize you as a compatible host. A true Nexus being. Harry tried to redirect the essence away from himself, but the attraction was too strong. The first tendril, werewolf essence glowing ruby red, made contact with his aura. Instead of burning or overwhelming him as expected, it merged seamlessly, as if recognizing a kindred energy. The sensation was extraordinary, not pain but expansion, his awareness extending in new directions as the essence integrated with his own. A second tendril followed, Kitsune Foxfire, golden orange, bringing with it heightened perception and electrical sensitivity. "Stop fighting it, Potter," Reinhardt called. "You're the perfect vessel, the ultimate integration point. Your dual nature allows you to harmonize these disparate energies in ways my enhanced hunters cannot." Harry knew the danger of what was happening. Absorbing multiple supernatural essences could overwhelm even his integrated nature, destroying his identity in a chaos of competing powers. Yet, as each new essence connected with him, he found he could maintain his core self while incorporating aspects of the new energies. The collection system was failing completely now, all 7 essences flowing toward Harry in luminous streams. He made a split-second decision. Rather than resist, he would guide the process, maintaining control over how the essences integrated with his existing power. Opening himself fully to the incoming energies, Harry created internal channels based on the magical pathways he knew from years of spellcasting. The essences followed these paths, merging with his integrated core in controlled succession rather than chaotic overwhelm. The process was excruciating and ecstatic simultaneously, like being unmade and remade with each new integration. Harry remained conscious throughout, maintaining his sense of self even as his capabilities expanded exponentially. From the doorway, Reinhardt watched with undisguised fascination. "Magnificent," he breathed. "The perfect synthesis. You've accomplished in moments what my research predicted would take years of careful engineering." As the final essence, Banshee energy in luminescent white, merged with Harry's core, the chamber fell silent. The collection system, now empty of supernatural power, collapsed in on itself with a final mechanical groan. Harry stood at the center of the platform, his body emanating a soft glow that cycled through the 7 colors of the essences he had absorbed. His eyes, when he opened them, shone with prismatic light that settled back to his characteristic emerald green, now with luminous depth that suggested vast power carefully controlled. "How do you feel?" Reinhardt asked, genuine scientific curiosity in his voice. "Complete," Harry answered honestly. The integration felt right, not a forced amalgamation but a natural evolution of what he had been becoming since his arrival in this world. "Though not in the way you intended." "No," Reinhardt agreed. "This is far beyond what I anticipated. You've achieved true harmonization. The essences recognize you as their rightful vessel." Harry turned fully toward Reinhardt, his movement carrying new grace and power. "Why are you still here?" "Your facility is destroyed, your experiments ruined, your enhanced hunters defeated." "Because this was always about observation as much as acquisition," Reinhardt replied. "Seeing what's possible at the furthest extremes of supernatural integration. You, Mr. Potter, have just advanced my understanding by decades. You won't be continuing your research," Harry stated firmly. "Not on unwilling subjects. Not through torture and extraction. Perhaps not in that precise manner," Reinhardt conceded. "But the work continues. There are other facilities, other approaches." "Not for you," Harry countered, stepping forward with intent. Reinhardt smiled thinly. "Much as I'd enjoy testing your new capabilities, I believe that's my cue to depart." He withdrew a small device from his pocket, different from the suppression field generator. "Until our next encounter, Alpha Sorcerer." Before Harry could reach him, Reinhardt activated the device. A shimmering portal opened behind him, revealing what appeared to be another location entirely. With a mocking half-bow, he stepped backward through the portal, which collapsed immediately after his passage. "Interdimensional transport," Harry muttered, recognizing similarities to the magic that had brought him to this world. "He does have knowledge from my world." The facility around him groaned ominously, structural integrity clearly compromised by the energy release and battling. Harry knew he needed to leave immediately, but first, he needed to ensure no trace of Reinhardt's essence extraction technology remained. With his newly expanded abilities, Harry cast a controlled magical fire throughout the chamber, hot enough to melt the specialized equipment but carefully directed to avoid structural collapse until he could escape. The blaze caught quickly, consuming research materials and apparatus with magical efficiency. Satisfied that nothing salvageable would remain, Harry made his way toward the exit. The strain of absorbing and integrating 7 different supernatural essences was beginning to tell, his body demanding rest to complete the process properly. He staggered into the corridor, finding it deserted as personnel had apparently evacuated during the chaos. The facility's emergency systems were failing, lights flickering and alarm systems shorting out as the fire spread. "Harry!" Scott's voice called from ahead. Despite his order to evacuate, the Alpha had clearly returned to search for him. "This way! The building's coming down!" Harry followed Scott's voice, moving with increasing difficulty as the integration process consumed more of his energy. They reached an emergency exit where Malia waited, her expression shifting from concern to shock as she saw Harry's transformed state. "What happened to you?" she demanded, moving forward to support him as he stumbled. "Absorbed. The essences?" Harry managed to explain. "All of them. Couldn't let them explode, or let Reinhardt recapture them." "You what?" Scott asked incredulously. "Is that even possible?" "Apparently," Harry replied, attempting a weak smile. "Though I wouldn't recommend it as a general practice." They emerged from the facility into the cool night air, where the rest of the pack waited with the rescued captives. Ambulances and Sheriff Stalinsky's deputies had arrived, creating a perimeter and attending to the medical needs of the former prisoners. Lydia rushed forward as she saw them emerge. "Harry!" Her expression mirrored Malia's shock as she took in his transformed appearance. "What happened in there?" "He absorbed all the supernatural essences," Malia explained before Harry could respond. "Because of course he did." "That's not possible," Lydia began, then paused as she studied him more carefully. "Except, I can feel them. All of them, resonating within you but harmonized somehow." "The Alpha Sorcerer thing again," Malia said with a shrug. "He keeps leveling up." Despite his exhaustion and the gravity of the situation, Harry couldn't help but smile at Malia's characteristically direct assessment. "Reinhardt escaped," he told them, sobering. "Through some kind of portal. He has technology or magic for interdimensional travel. That explains how he knows about your world," Scott realized. "And means he could return with new resources, new knowledge," Lydia added with concern. Before they could discuss further implications, Harry's legs finally gave out. The strain of the multiple integrations overwhelmed even his enhanced physiology, and darkness crowded the edges of his vision. "Harry!" Multiple voices called his name as he collapsed, strong arms catching him before he hit the ground. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was Lydia and Malia's concerned faces hovering over him, their expressions mirroring each other despite their different natures. In that moment of perfect symmetry, Harry felt a profound certainty. Whatever he was becoming, whatever challenges lay ahead, he was no longer facing them alone. Then darkness claimed him completely, his mind and body surrendering to the profound transformation taking place within. Chapter 3: The Alpha Sorcerer. Darkness gave way to dreams. Harry floated through visions of forest and fire, castle and lake, all interconnected by strands of luminous power. 7 distinct energies flowed through him like rivers converging into an ocean: werewolf, banshee, kitsune, kanama, wendigo, berserker, and at the core, his original magical essence. Each brought with it fragments of memory, instinct, and ability that were not his own, yet somehow belonged to him now. In his dreamscape, a stag with emerald eyes approached, its form shifting fluidly between animal and human. Its antlers branched into 7 points, each glowing with a different supernatural essence. The creature regarded Harry with profound intelligence, neither separate from him nor entirely him, some deeper aspect of his being made manifest. "What am I becoming?" Harry asked the stag self. The creature didn't speak, but understanding flowed between them nonetheless. Not becoming, integrating. Not transformation, revelation. What was always possible, now made real. Beyond the stag, two feminine forms waited, one surrounded by mathematical equations and whispers of death, the other wrapped in wilderness and primal instinct. Both extended hands toward him, either demanding exclusivity, both offering balance. The dreamscape shifted, revealing a third figure watching from shadows, Reinhardt, his eyes calculating and hungry. He stood before a massive door carved with symbols from Harry's world and this one, his hands working to unlock it. Through the partially open door, Harry glimpsed darkness stirring, ancient and patient. The barrier weakens, Reinhardt's dream self said, looking directly at Harry. The convergence approaches. Will you be catalyst or obstacle, I wonder? Harry tried to respond, but the dream fractured, reality reasserting itself through the veil of unconsciousness. Vital signs stabilizing, but the energy readings are off the charts. Is he in pain? I don't think so. It's more like his body is reorganizing itself. Voices filtered through the darkness. Deepening, Lydia, others he couldn't immediately identify. Harry struggled toward consciousness, his body feeling simultaneously leaden and weightless. When he finally managed to open his eyes, the world appeared impossibly vibrant, colors and textures more defined than he'd ever perceived them. He lay in Deeton's clinic, the examination table modified into a more comfortable bed. Medical monitoring equipment had been supplemented with what appeared to be supernatural detection devices, all displaying readings that meant nothing to Harry but clearly concerned those gathered around him. He's awake, Malia announced, noticing his open eyes before anyone else. The group converged around him, Scott, Lydia, Malia, Deeton, Derek and Styles, all showing various degrees of concern and relief. Welcome back, Scott said, genuine warmth in his voice. You've been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? Harry repeated, his voice rough from disuse. The integration process required significant energy, Deeton explained, checking one of the monitors. Your body essentially shut down all non-essential functions to manage it. Harry attempted to sit up, finding his body responding with surprising ease despite the extended unconsciousness. Did everyone make it out? The captives? All 17 survivors are safe, Lydia assured him. Sheriff Stilinski and Melissa have arranged medical care and supernatural support as needed. And Reinhardt? No sign of him since he escaped through that portal, Derek said grimly. But we've been monitoring for any unusual activity that might indicate his return. Harry nodded, absorbing this information while taking internal inventory of his condition. The 7 essences he had absorbed were still present, no longer separate entities fighting for dominance but harmonized into a cohesive whole centered around his original magical core. The sensation was difficult to describe, like having access to new rooms in a familiar house, or additional octaves in a voice that was still recognizably his own. How do you feel? Deeton asked, watching him carefully. Different, Harry admitted. But not in a bad way. More complete. He raised his hand, watching as energy danced across his fingertips, cycling through the 7 distinct supernatural signatures before settling back into his natural emerald green. The essences have fully integrated. That should be impossible, Deeton said, fascination evident in his tone. Multiple supernatural essences are typically incompatible within a single host. The conflicting energies should destroy each other, or drive the host mad with competing instincts. But Harry was already a hybrid, Lydia pointed out. His wizard-werewolf nature created a foundation for further integration. And he's stubborn, Malia added matter-of-factly. Too stubborn to let a little thing like impossible stop him. That drew a small laugh from Harry, which quickly turned into a wince as he became aware of a deep hunger gnawing at him. I'm starving. Not surprising, Deeton said. The integration process would require tremendous energy. Your body has been burning resources at an accelerated rate even while unconscious. I'll get food, Scott offered immediately. There's a deli around the corner. As Scott departed, Harry became more aware of his surroundings, and the fact that he was wearing only a light medical gown. My clothes? What was left of them wouldn't have been worth saving, Styles informed him cheerfully. Apparently absorbing 7 supernatural essences is hard on the wardrobe. But don't worry, we brought you some of Derek's things. They should fit well enough. Thanks, Harry said, gratefully accepting the bundle Styles handed him. Could I have a moment to change? The others stepped out, giving Harry privacy. As he dressed, he continued cataloging the changes to his body and abilities. His muscles felt more defined, his senses even sharper than before. When he caught his reflection in a small mirror on Deeton's counter, he noticed subtle changes to his appearance. His green eyes now had flecks of other colors swirling in their depths, and his posture carried a new confidence that seemed to come from within rather than conscious effort. When he emerged from the examination room, he found the pack engaged in quiet but intense discussion that ceased abruptly at his appearance. What is it? He asked, immediately sensing their concern. The pack exchanged glances before Derek spoke. While you were unconscious, there have been incidents. Supernatural disturbances unlike anything we've seen before. What kind of disturbances? Harry asked. Spatial anomalies, Lydia explained. Temporary rifts opening between places, sometimes between times. Objects appearing that shouldn't exist, creatures glimpsed that don't match any known supernatural category. And you think this is connected to me? Not directly, Deeton said carefully. But possibly to what happened at Reinhardt's facility. The massive release of supernatural energy, combined with whatever interdimensional technology he used to escape, may have weakened the barriers between realities. The implications settled heavily on Harry. Could this create a way back to my world? Potentially, Deeton acknowledged. But not without significant risk. Uncontrolled interdimensional breaches could allow passage in both directions, bringing threats from other worlds into this one. Like the darkness I saw through Reinhardt's door, Harry murmured, remembering his dream. What darkness? Derek asked sharply. Before Harry could elaborate, Scott returned with several bags of food. The conversation paused as Harry ate, his supernatural metabolism demanding immediate attention. The others watched with varying degrees of fascination as he consumed enough for 3 people in minutes. Better? Malia asked when he finally slowed down. Much, Harry confirmed, feeling strength flowing back into his body as the food provided necessary energy. Now, about these spatial anomalies, what exactly have you observed? While Scott described the incidents that had occurred during Harry's unconsciousness, Lydia made notes on a map of Beacon Hills, marking locations and timestamps. A pattern emerged. The anomalies were occurring in a rough circle around the town, with increasing frequency as time passed. It looks like a ritual boundary, Harry observed, familiar with similar patterns from his magical education. As if someone is deliberately creating weak points in the fabric of reality. Reinhardt? Scott suggested. Almost certainly, Harry agreed. In my dream, which I don't think was just a dream, I saw him working to open a door between worlds. He called it the convergence. The Nemeton, Deeton said suddenly. These points form a circle with the Nemeton at its center. It's the natural nexus of supernatural energy in Beacon Hills, the perfect anchor point for interdimensional work. Then that's where Reinhardt will return, Harry concluded. If he hasn't already. We should check it out, Scott decided. But carefully. If these anomalies are as dangerous as they seem, we need to understand what we're dealing with before we confront Reinhardt directly. I should go, Harry said, standing. If this is connected to my world, to magic I understand, I'm the best equipped to assess it. Not alone, Lydia stated firmly. You've just recovered from a major transformation. We do this as a pack. As a pack, Malia echoed, her tone making it clear this wasn't up for debate. Harry nodded, oddly touched by their protectiveness. As a pack, he agreed. The Nemeton was exactly as Harry had pictured it from the pack's descriptions, a massive tree stump in a clearing, radiating ancient power that his enhanced senses could now perceive as clearly as visible light. What hadn't been mentioned was the wrongness now surrounding it. Reality itself seemed to shimmer around the stump, the air occasionally rippling like heat waves over summer asphalt. "It's gotten worse," Scott said quietly as they approached the clearing. "The distortions were barely noticeable yesterday." Harry extended his magical senses, drawing on both his original wizarding abilities and the integrated supernatural essences now part of him. The sensation that returned was troubling, like listening to a symphony where several instruments were playing in different keys, creating dissonance that grated on magical and supernatural frequencies. "The boundaries between worlds are thinning here," he confirmed. "Not just between my world and yours, but potentially others as well. Multiple realities brushing against each other where they should remain separate." "Can you fix it?" Malia asked with characteristic directness. "Not alone," Harry admitted. "This level of distortion would require significant power to repair, and specific knowledge of interdimensional mechanics that I don't possess." "But Reinhardt might," Lydia reasoned. "If he's causing this, he must understand how to control it. Or he thinks he does," Derek said grimly. "Doesn't mean he actually can." Harry approached the Nemeton cautiously, feeling the ancient power within it respond to his presence. Unlike the dissonance in the surrounding area, the connection between himself and the mystical stump felt harmonious, perhaps because of his status as a Nexus being, now enhanced by the multiple essences he carried. When he placed his hand on the Nemeton's surface, images flashed through his mind. Reinhardt standing in this very spot, surrounded by equipment both technological and magical, a ritual circle inscribed with symbols from multiple mystical traditions, a tearing in reality that began as a controlled opening but rapidly destabilized, forcing Reinhardt to retreat. "He was here," Harry informed the others, withdrawing his hand. "2 days ago. He attempted to create a stable portal but couldn't maintain control. The energy requirements exceeded his calculations." "How do you know that?" Scott asked, impressed. "The Nemeton showed me," Harry explained. "It retains impressions of significant magical events that occur on or near it. My connection to it is stronger now, after the integration." "Will he try again?" Derek asked. "Definitely," Harry confirmed. "But he'll need more power, more control. The portal he's attempting to create isn't just a doorway between two specific points, it's more like a hub connecting multiple realities simultaneously." "Why would he want that?" Malia wondered. "Access," Lydia realized, her analytical mind quickly grasping the implications. "If he can create a stable multidimensional hub, he could acquire knowledge, resources, and power from countless worlds, including supernatural creatures from other realities to continue his experiments," Scott added darkly. Harry nodded, the pieces falling into place. "And based on the pattern of anomalies, he's planning to use Beacon Hills, specifically the Nemeton, as the anchor point. The supernatural energy already concentrated here would provide the foundation he needs. We need to stop him." Derek stated the obvious conclusion. "Before he tears reality apart trying. First we need to find him," Scott pointed out. "He hasn't exactly been advertising his location." Harry considered the problem, then turned to Lydia. "Your Banshee abilities might help. If Reinhardt's activities are risking lives, which they almost certainly are, you might be able to sense his location." "I can try," Lydia agreed. "But my powers don't work on command. They respond to imminent death, not general threats." "What about combining your abilities with mine?" Harry suggested. "I absorbed Banshee essence during the integration. Perhaps together we could enhance your natural perception." Lydia looked intrigued but cautious. "How would that work?" "I'm not entirely sure," Harry admitted. "But I think I could temporarily share the Banshee essence I carry with you, amplifying your natural abilities without the risk of overwhelming them." "It's worth trying," Scott decided. "If it gives us Reinhardt's location, we can develop a plan to stop him." They created a small circle around the Nemeton, with Harry and Lydia positioned directly across from each other, their hands resting on the ancient stump. The others maintained a respectful distance, watching carefully but not interrupting. Focus on your connection to death, to the voices you hear, Harry instructed Lydia softly. I'll attempt to enhance that connection using the banshee essence I carry. Lydia nodded, closing her eyes to concentrate. Harry did the same, reaching within himself to the swirl of supernatural energies that had integrated with his core. He located the luminous white signature of banshee power and carefully drew it forward, directing it through his palm into the nemeton and from there to Lydia. The connection formed instantly, stronger than either had anticipated. Harry felt Lydia's natural banshee abilities magnify exponentially as they resonated with the essence he provided, creating a feedback loop that expanded both their perceptions beyond normal limits. Together, they sensed death, past, present, potential futures, spread across Beacon Hills like a map of tragedy. But one location glowed brighter than the others, pulsing with imminent threat, an abandoned water treatment plant on the town's eastern edge, far from residential areas but connected to the same underground water system that ran beneath the nemeton. There, Lydia whispered, her voice carrying an otherworldly echo. He's there, preparing. So many deaths if he succeeds, a cascade of realities collapsing into each other. Harry carefully withdrew the shared essence, allowing their connection to fade gradually rather than breaking abruptly. When they opened their eyes, both appeared slightly dazed from the intensity of the experience. Did it work? Scott asked eagerly. The old water treatment plant, Lydia confirmed, her voice returning to normal. He's set up there, using the underground water system to channel energy to and from the nemeton. Smart, Derek acknowledged grudgingly. The facility is isolated, has existing infrastructure he can repurpose, and the water creates a natural conduit for supernatural energy. When will he make his next attempt? Scott asked. Tonight, Harry and Lydia said simultaneously, then exchanged surprised glances. The lunar eclipse, Harry explained, remembering details from both his magical education and the newly integrated supernatural knowledge. It creates optimal conditions for interdimensional work, a natural weakening of barriers between worlds. Which gives us roughly 8 hours to prepare. Scott calculated, checking his watch. Not much time. It should be enough, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. Now that we know where and when, we can develop a targeted strategy. As the pack began heading back toward the vehicles, Harry felt a gentle touch on his arm. Lydia had fallen into step beside him, her expression thoughtful. That connection, she said quietly, for his ears only. It was intimate. Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The sharing of essence had created a bond deeper than physical, or even emotional connection, a glimpse into each other's fundamental nature. I felt it too. It was beautiful, she continued, surprising him. Terrifying but beautiful. I've always experienced my banshee abilities as something separate from me, a power I channel but don't fully understand. With you, it felt integrated. Whole. That's what the essences feel like within me now, Harry told her. Not foreign invaders but harmonized aspects of a greater whole. Lydia studied him with scientific curiosity mingled with something more personal. You're changing, she observed. Not just your abilities, but how you see yourself, how you relate to others. Is that a problem? No, she said with a small smile. Just an observation. The boy who first arrived in Beacon Hills would never have suggested merging supernatural essences or sharing banshee power. You're becoming more adaptable. Before Harry could respond, Malia appeared on his other side, having clearly heard their exchange with her enhanced hearing. You two done with the mystical bonding talk? She asked bluntly. Because we have a crazy scientist to stop and a world to save. Again. Her pragmatism broke the moment, making both Harry and Lydia smile despite the gravity of the situation. Right as always, Malia, Lydia acknowledged. Save the world first, existential discussions later. Exactly, Malia agreed, seemingly satisfied. Though for the record, she added, glancing at Harry, I'd like to try that essence sharing thing too sometime. Seems interesting. Harry felt warmth spread through him at the casual way both women acknowledged their complex dynamic, neither jealous nor competitive, but mutually respectful of the unique connections forming. One apocalypse at a time, he reminded them, echoing Lydia's earlier words. Both women nodded their agreement, and together they rejoined the others, ready to face whatever Reinhardt had planned for the coming night. The abandoned water treatment facility loomed against the darkening sky, its concrete structures weathered by years of neglect. From their vantage point on a nearby hillside, the pack observed significant modifications to the main building: satellite dishes, antenna arrays, and power generators that hadn't been there according to the county's last inspection report. "He's been busy," Argent commented, adjusting his binoculars. The hunter had joined their mission planning, bringing tactical expertise and specialized equipment. "Those power systems are military-grade, designed for field operations where conventional infrastructure isn't available. Can you identify those devices on the roof?" Scott asked, pointing to several angular constructs arranged in a precise pattern. "Some kind of focusing array," Lydia suggested after studying them through her own binoculars. "Similar to what was in his lab, but larger scale." Harry extended his magical senses, carefully probing the facility from a distance. What returned was troubling: layers of protection both technological and mystical, with familiar traces of wizarding magic interwoven with more conventional supernatural barriers. "He's combined mountain ash barriers with wizard-repelling charms," Harry informed the others. "And something else: detection wards calibrated to specific supernatural frequencies. He's expecting us." "Of course he is," Derek said dryly. "The question is whether he's expecting you specifically, with your new integrated abilities." "Doubtful," Harry assessed. "He saw me absorb the essences, but he couldn't have anticipated how completely they would integrate. That gives us one advantage at least." They retreated to a safe distance to finalize their strategy. The plan that emerged was multi-layered. Argent and Derek would create a diversion at the facility's north entrance, drawing attention and security resources away from the main ritual area. Scott, Malia, and Styles would infiltrate through the less guarded water intake tunnels, disabling power systems and creating chaos within the facility. Meanwhile, Harry and Lydia would approach the ritual chamber directly, utilizing their combined magical and banshee abilities to counter Reinhardt's interdimensional work. "The eclipse begins in 90 minutes, Lydia noted, checking astronomical data on her tablet. "According to my calculations, peak effect will occur 27 minutes after that, which is likely when Reinhardt will attempt to fully open the portal. Then we move in 60 minutes, Scott decided. "Position ourselves before the eclipse begins, strike just as it starts. Maximum confusion, minimum time for Reinhardt to adapt." As the others made final preparations, Harry took a moment for himself, finding a quiet spot away from the group. He needed to center himself, to ensure he had full control over his integrated abilities before confronting Reinhardt. Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state similar to a clemency but deeper, connecting with the harmonized essences within him. Each responded to his attention: werewolf strength and instinct, banshee perception of liminal spaces, kitsune electrical manipulation, kanima precision and toxin production, wendigo heightened senses and resilience, berserker raw power and pain suppression, all anchored by his original magical core. The integration had progressed further during his recovery, the essences no longer distinct entities but aspects of a unified whole. Harry could access each individually or in combinations, without the internal conflict that would typically occur when multiple supernatural natures occupied the same host. Preparing for battle? Harry opened his eyes to find Malia watching him, her expression curious but respectful of his process. "Something like that," he confirmed. "Making sure I can control all aspects of what I've become." She sat beside him, comfortable with silence in a way few humans managed. After a moment, she spoke again. "You know, when I was stuck as a coyote, I didn't have to think about control. Instinct was everything. Coming back to human form meant constantly fighting those instincts, trying to fit them into human-shaped boxes." "And now?" Harry asked, genuinely interested in her perspective. Now I realize it was never about controlling the coyote, she said with surprising insight. It was about accepting that both aspects are me, not separate things fighting for dominance, but parts of a whole. Harry smiled, recognizing wisdom that paralleled his own journey. That's exactly what I've discovered with the integration. It's not about controlling 7 different powers. It's about being one being capable of expressing itself in 7 different ways. Malia nodded, satisfied with his understanding. You'll do fine then. She stood, offering him a hand up. Come on. Scott's giving final instructions. They rejoined the group just as Scott was concluding his briefing. Remember, our priority is stopping the ritual and containing Reinhardt. If interdimensional portals start opening, do not approach them under any circumstances. We have no idea what might come through. One more thing, Harry added. If you see Reinhardt, be aware that he possesses some magical ability similar to mine. Not as developed or natural, but still dangerous. Don't underestimate him. With final preparations complete, the pack separated to their assigned positions, moving through the gathering darkness with supernatural stealth. The moon hung low in the sky, the edge of the coming eclipse just beginning to shadow its surface. Harry and Lydia circled toward the eastern approach, utilizing Harry's disillusionment charm to remain undetected as they passed the outer security perimeter. Unlike previous encounters, Harry now incorporated aspects of Kanama precision into the spell, making it more effective against both technological and supernatural detection methods. The energy signature is getting stronger, Lydia whispered as they neared the main building. I can feel the thinning between worlds, like pressure building behind a dam. Harry nodded, sensing the same disturbance. Reinhardt's further along than we anticipated. The ritual preparations must have been in progress for days. They located a service entrance partially concealed by overgrown vegetation. The door was locked both conventionally and magically, but Harry's integrated abilities made short work of both barriers. Combining wizard unlocking charms with kitsune electrical manipulation, he disabled the security systems without triggering alarms. Inside, the abandoned facility had been transformed. What had once been water purification tanks now housed complex machinery humming with power. Cables and tubes ran along the walls and ceiling, converging toward the central chamber where water treatment had once been supervised. The air itself felt charged, reality shimmering slightly at the edges of perception. Harry and Lydia moved carefully through the repurposed facility, avoiding the few human guards they encountered. These weren't enhanced hunters like those from the previous facility, but regular people, likely mercenaries hired for security rather than their knowledge of the supernatural. As they approached the central chamber, the magical energy grew almost oppressive, a pressure behind the eyes and a ringing in the ears that spoke of reality straining against its natural boundaries. Through a small observation window, they finally glimpsed Reinhardt's operation in full. The former control room had been converted into a ritual chamber centered around a perfect circle inscribed with symbols from multiple magical traditions. Harry recognized elements of wizard runes alongside druidic markings, Norse sigils, and other more obscure symbolic languages. At equidistant points around the circle stood 7 crystalline pillars, each glowing with a different colored energy that Harry immediately recognized as corresponding to the 7 supernatural essences he now carried. Essence collectors, he whispered to Lydia. He's using residual supernatural energy captured from his previous facility. Not as potent as having the actual beings present, Lydia observed, but enough for his purposes if properly amplified. At the center of the circle stood Reinhardt himself, making adjustments to a device that resembled nothing Harry had seen before, part technological, part magical, with components that seemed to fade in and out of normal perception. 6 robed assistants worked at stations around the perimeter, monitoring equipment and adjusting controls as directed. The eclipse is beginning, Lydia noted, glancing at her watch. Scott and the others should be creating their diversion any moment now. As if on cue, alarms blared throughout the facility. Emergency lights activated, bathing the corridors in pulsing red illumination. Through their earpieces, they heard Argent's calm voice. North entrance breach successful. Security responding as expected. Water tunnels infiltrated, Scott added moments later. Moving toward power systems now. Inside the ritual chamber, Reinhardt appeared annoyed but not surprised by the interruption. Continue preparations, he instructed his assistants. Security will handle the intrusion. We proceed as scheduled. He was expecting interference, Harry realized. But he doesn't know it's us specifically. Yet, Lydia cautioned. We need to move quickly while the diversion holds his attention. They waited until 2 security personnel ran past their position, then slipped from their hiding place toward a secondary entrance to the ritual chamber. This door was more heavily warded than the previous barriers, but Harry's integrated abilities again proved their worth. Combining Banshee perception of liminal spaces with wizard ward breaking techniques, he identified and neutralized the protective measures without alerting those inside. Ready? He whispered to Lydia, who nodded her determination. With careful precision, Harry eased the door open just enough for them to slip through, using a modified disillusionment charm to cover their entrance. They positioned themselves behind equipment racks, assessing the situation more completely from within. Up close, the ritual apparatus was even more impressive and concerning. What had appeared to be a relatively simple interdimensional portal device was actually far more complex. The central mechanism wasn't designed merely to open a doorway between worlds, but to create a persistent nexus point where multiple realities could intersect simultaneously. It's a convergence engine, Harry realized, recognizing principles similar to those discussed in the Department of Mystery's more theoretical research. He's not just trying to connect to my world, he's attempting to create a permanent junction between multiple realities. With Beacon Hills at the center, Lydia added grimly. The supernatural equivalent of a cosmic train station. Through their earpieces came Scott's urgent update. Power systems more heavily defended than anticipated. Making progress but slower than planned. Understood, Harry subvocalized. Proceed with caution. We're in position to intervene directly if necessary. In the center of the ritual circle, Reinhardt checked his watch, then nodded with satisfaction. Eclipse approaching optimal position. Begin primary sequence. His assistants activated their equipment, sending pulses of energy into the crystalline pillars. The 7 supernatural essences flared brightly, their energies directed inward toward the central device, which began to emit a low humming that vibrated at a frequency Harry felt more than heard. Now or never, Harry whispered to Lydia. I'm going to disrupt the ritual. When I do, use your Banshee scream to target the central device specifically. She nodded, positioning herself for maximum effect while remaining concealed. Harry drew on his integrated powers, focusing particularly on the magical precision of his wizard core combined with the raw energy of the werewolf and berserker essences. He directed this combined force in a concentrated burst at the nearest crystalline pillar, the one containing werewolf essence. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The pillar shattered, its contained energy dispersing chaotically rather than flowing into Reinhardt's convergence engine. Alarms blared within the ritual chamber as assistants scrambled to compensate for the sudden energy imbalance. Intruders! One shouted, pointing in Harry and Lydia's direction despite the disillusionment charm. Reinhardt remained eerily calm, his eyes searching methodically until they locked onto Harry's position with uncanny accuracy. Mr. Potter, he said with a thin smile. Right on schedule. Harry abandoned stealth for direct action, dropping the disillusionment charm and stepping forward. This ends now, Reinhardt. The convergence is too dangerous. You can't control the forces you're manipulating. Control is relative, Reinhardt replied, continuing to make adjustments to his device despite the interruption. I don't need to control the convergence indefinitely, just long enough to acquire what I need. And what exactly is that? Harry demanded, moving carefully around the edge of the ritual circle, positioning himself to strike at the central apparatus if necessary. Knowledge. Power. The freedom to move between worlds at will. Reinhardt's expression showed genuine passion for the first time. Imagine it, Potter, unlimited access to every variation of reality. Magical systems beyond what either of our worlds has conceived. Technology's centuries beyond our current capabilities. The convergence is the key to all of it. At what cost? Lydia challenged, emerging from her hiding place. The barriers between worlds exist for a reason. Breaking them risks all realities, not just ours. Acceptable risk. Reinhardt dismissed. Progress requires sacrifice. Not this kind of sacrifice, Harry countered. I've seen what happens when people meddle with forces beyond their understanding. It never ends well, especially for those doing the meddling. A tremor ran through the facility, causing equipment to rattle and lights to flicker. Through the observation windows, Harry could see the sky outside darkening unnaturally as the eclipse reached its peak, not just the moon shadowed but reality itself seeming to dim around the facility. Too late for debate, Reinhardt said with satisfaction. The convergence has begun. Even without the full complement of essences, the process is self-sustaining now. The central device was indeed changing, its form becoming less solid, more a distortion in spacetime that pulsed with increasing intensity. Around it, the air shimmered as if viewed through heat waves, occasional glimpses of other places, other worlds, flickering in and out of perception. Lydia, now! Harry shouted. Lydia stepped forward, drawing a deep breath and focusing her banshee power on the convergence engine. Her scream cut through the chamber with supernatural force, disrupting the energy patterns flowing into the device. For a moment, it seemed to work. The spatial distortions wavered, the glimpses of other worlds fading. But then Reinhardt activated a secondary system, and a shield of energy formed around the central apparatus, deflecting Lydia's banshee wail. Predictable, Reinhardt commented. I studied your abilities extensively, Ms. Martin. Fascinating, but easily countered with the right frequency modulation. Harry didn't waste time on further dialogue. Drawing on his integrated abilities, he launched a multifaceted attack, combining wizard stunning spells with kitsune electrical manipulation and Wendigo sensory disruption in a wave that bypassed Reinhardt's shields by operating on multiple supernatural frequencies simultaneously. The attack caught Reinhardt off guard, sending him staggering backward away from his controls. His assistants scrambled for weapons or fled entirely, abandoning their posts as the situation deteriorated. Through their earpieces came Scott's voice. Power systems compromised. Facility running on emergency generators only. The lights flickered again, more persistently this time, but the convergence engine continued functioning, drawing power from the supernatural energies it had already accumulated rather than the facility's electrical systems. You're too late, Reinhardt said, regaining his balance. The process has reached critical momentum. The convergence will complete whether I guide it or not. As if confirming his words, the spatial distortion at the center of the ritual circle expanded suddenly, tearing open like a wound in reality itself. Through the opening, Harry glimpsed impossible landscapes and shadowed figures moving with inhuman purpose, other worlds, other beings, drawn to the breach between realities. What have you done? Harry demanded, genuine horror in his voice as he recognized the danger they now faced. This wasn't a controlled portal but a chaotic tear in the fabric of the multiverse, bleeding realities into one another without filtration or safeguards. Created opportunity, Reinhardt replied, though uncertainty had finally entered his expression as the convergence expanded beyond his design parameters. Though perhaps with some unanticipated variables. The tear widened further, tendrils of alien energy reaching through into their reality. Where they touched equipment or surfaces, matter twisted and transformed, becoming something neither fully of this world nor entirely other. We need to close it, Lydia said urgently. Before something comes through that we can't handle. Harry assessed the situation rapidly, drawing on all his integrated knowledge. The convergence had indeed reached self-sustaining status, but its foundation remained the 7 supernatural essences Reinhardt had collected, incomplete shadows of what Harry now carried within himself. I can counter it, he realized. Using the complete essences I carry to negate the partial ones powering the convergence. How? Lydia asked, desperation evident as the tear continued expanding. By creating an anti-convergence field, Harry explained quickly. Essentially a mirror image of what Reinhardt has done, but using the fully integrated essences to collapse the tear rather than expand it. You need to be at the center of the ritual circle, Lydia pointed out. Directly in front of the tear. I know, Harry acknowledged grimly. That's suicide, Reinhardt interjected, backing away from the increasingly unstable convergence. The energy backlash would destroy any living vessel, even one as uniquely adapted as yourself. Maybe, Harry conceded. But it's our only option. He turned to Lydia. Get the others out. Clear the facility. If this works, the energy discharge could be significant. Harry, she began to protest. Please, Lydia, he said softly. I need to know you're safe. All of you. She held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded reluctantly. Be careful, she whispered, touching his arm briefly before heading for the exit. Through their communication devices, Harry heard her instructing the others to evacuate immediately. Various acknowledgments came through, though Scott's voice held clear concern when he heard what Harry was planning. There must be another way, his alpha friend insisted. If there is, I'll find it, Harry promised. But we need contingencies. Get everyone clear, Scott. As the facility emptied around them, Harry approached the ritual circle, feeling the chaotic energies from the tear buffet him like physical winds. Reinhardt watched from near the exit, his scientific curiosity apparently outweighing his sense of self-preservation. You really believe you can counter the convergence? He asked. Even I don't fully understand the forces involved, and I've studied them for decades. The difference between us, Harry replied, stepping into the ritual circle, is that I'm not trying to control these forces. I'm working with them, as part of them. At the circle's center, directly before the tear in reality, Harry closed his eyes and reached deep within himself. He connected with each integrated essence in turn, drawing them forward not as separate entities but as harmonized aspects of his unified being, the Alpha Sorcerer, either fully wizard nor werewolf nor any single supernatural category, but something transcending conventional classification. The 7 essences responded, manifesting visibly around him as colored auras that cycled and flowed in perfect balance. Harry extended his awareness into the tear itself, sensing the chaotic interplay of realities beyond, and the pattern underlying that chaos, the fundamental laws that govern even interdimensional interactions. With perfect precision born of his wizard training and werewolf instinct, Harry began weaving a counterpattern to Reinhardt's convergence. Where the original ritual had forced realities together, Harry's working encouraged natural separation. Where Reinhardt's device had torn the barriers between worlds, Harry's power reinforced them. The effort was tremendous, taxing even his enhanced physiology to its limits. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he maintained perfect focus, the integrated essences flowing through and around him in increasingly complex patterns as he worked. Gradually, the tear began to respond, its edges no longer expanding but wavering, uncertain. The glimpses of other worlds became less distinct, the tendrils of alien energy retracting slowly back through the opening. But the process was far from complete, and Harry could feel his strength beginning to wane under the constant expenditure. Remarkable, Reinhardt commented from the doorway. You're actually doing it. Containing a full convergence through sheer force of will and supernatural integration. Harry didn't spare energy for a response, needing every ounce of concentration to maintain his counterpattern as the tear fought against closure. It was like pushing against an immense weight. Progress came in infinitesimal increments, each requiring greater effort than the last. Just as he felt his control beginning to slip, unexpected support arrived. Lydia appeared at his left side, her expression resolute as she placed her hand on his shoulder. Immediately, Harry felt her banshee energy harmonizing with his own, reinforcing his pattern and easing the strain. I told you to evacuate. He managed through gritted teeth, though he couldn't deny the relief her presence brought. And leave you to face interdimensional chaos alone? Not likely, she replied with a small smile. Besides, you shared your essence with me earlier. Seems only fair I return the favor. Before Harry could respond, Malia appeared at his right, completing their triangle. Without hesitation, she gripped his free hand, her werewolf nature flowing into him with raw, primal strength. "What?" she said when he glanced at her in surprise. "You think I'd miss the chance to help save multiple realities? That's prime story material for later." The addition of their energies, Lydia's connection to liminal spaces between life and death, Malia's pure instinctual power, transformed Harry's efforts from desperate resistance to coordinated closure. The tear began contracting more rapidly, its edges drawing inward like a healing wound. "It's working," Lydia observed, voice strained but determined. "Keep going." The three maintained their connection, each contributing their unique essence to Harry's integrated whole. As the tear shrank to a fraction of its original size, Harry sensed they were approaching a critical juncture, the moment when the convergence would either collapse completely or rebound with potentially catastrophic force. "One final push," he told his companions. "Everything you've got, on my mark." They nodded, tightening their grips on him as he gathered the last reserves of his power, focusing it into a single, perfect expression of his unified nature. The 7 essences within him harmonized into a singular frequency. Not wizard, not werewolf, not banshee or kitsune or any individual aspect, but the perfect balance of all. "Now!" Harry commanded, releasing this unified power in a concentrated burst directed at the heart of the tear. The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. The tear contracted violently, then collapsed with a thunderous implosion that sent shockwaves of magical and supernatural energy radiating outward. Harry instinctively formed a protective shield around himself and his companions, containing the worst of the backlash. When the energy dissipated, the convergence was gone, reality once again whole and stable, the barriers between worlds restored to their proper integrity. The ritual circle lay in ruins, Reinhardt's equipment shattered beyond repair. For a moment, the three stood in perfect stillness, their energies still connected in the aftermath of their shared effort. Then, gradually, they separated, not abruptly or completely, but easing back into their individual selves while maintaining the bonds that had formed between them. "We did it," Lydia whispered, awe in her voice as she surveyed the now ordinary space where interdimensional chaos had raged moments before. "Was there ever any doubt?" Malia asked with a tired grin. Harry didn't immediately respond, his attention caught by movement near the chamber's exit. Reinhardt was attempting to slip away unnoticed in the aftermath of the convergence collapse. "Not so fast," Harry called, his voice carrying newfound authority that stopped Reinhardt in his tracks. "We have unfinished business." The older man turned slowly, his expression a complex mixture of scientific fascination and recognition of defeat. "I suppose we do," he acknowledged. "Though I maintain my research was justified, if perhaps prematurely implemented." "Justified?" Harry echoed incredulously. "You nearly tore reality apart. Endangered countless lives across multiple worlds. Experimented on innocent supernatural beings. What possible justification could there be?" "Knowledge," Reinhardt replied simply. "The advancement of human understanding beyond the artificial limitations of a single reality. Consider what we could learn from unlimited access to parallel magical traditions, alternative evolutionary paths, technologies developed under different physical laws. At the cost of freedom and safety for those you deem expendable," Harry countered. "That's not advancement, it's the same old tyranny dressed in scientific language." Before Reinhardt could respond, Scott and Derek burst into the chamber, clearly prepared for continued conflict rather than the relative calm they found. "It's over," Harry informed them. "The convergence has been closed." "And Reinhardt?" Scott asked, eyeing the scientist warily. "About to face consequences for his actions," Harry said firmly. Reinhardt straightened, a hint of his former dignity returning. "And who exactly will administer these consequences? Local authorities? They have no jurisdiction over interdimensional matters. Your pack? Vigilante justice hardly seems appropriate for scientific exploration. How about the families of those you experimented on?" Malia suggested with dangerous calm. "I bet they'd have some ideas about appropriate consequences." Reinhardt paled slightly but maintained his composure. I recognize the ethical compromises made in pursuit of my research. But consider this, Mr. Potter. The convergence may be closed, but the knowledge of how to create it remains. In my mind, in my remaining research. That knowledge could be valuable in the right hands. You're bargaining, Harry realized. Offering information in exchange for leniency. I'm suggesting a mutually beneficial arrangement. Reinhardt corrected. My knowledge of interdimensional mechanics could, for instance, help you find a way back to your original world, if that's still your desire. The offer hit Harry with unexpected force. Despite everything that had happened since his arrival in Beacon Hills, the hope of returning home, of seeing Ron, Hermione, and the others again, had remained a constant undercurrent in his thoughts. Now that possibility was being dangled before him by the very man who had caused so much harm. Don't listen to him, Derek advised, sensing Harry's conflict. He can't be trusted. Perhaps not, Reinhardt acknowledged. But I am the only person in this world with comprehensive understanding of interdimensional travel. The only one who might help Mr. Potter return to where he belongs. Harry felt Lydia and Malia tense on either side of him, their emotions clear even without supernatural senses, concern, uncertainty, and beneath it all, a fear of losing him that matched his own fear of losing them. You're assuming I want to return permanently, Harry said carefully. Rather than simply opening communication, or creating a way to travel between worlds safely. Reinhardt's expression showed genuine surprise. You would choose to stay? When your original world holds your history, your friends, your destiny? My destiny is what I choose it to be, Harry replied with quiet certainty. And right now, I'm choosing to ensure you can't hurt anyone else while we decide what to do with your knowledge. With swift precision, Harry cast a modified binding spell that incorporated Kanima paralytic properties, immobilizing Reinhardt without causing him harm. The scientist's expression registered shock, then resignation as he found himself completely unable to move. Impressive adaptation, he commented despite his predicament. Your integration continues to exceed theoretical parameters. Take him to Deeton's, Harry instructed Scott and Derek. We'll need to develop some kind of supernatural containment that can hold him until we determine the best course of action. As they secured Reinhardt for transport, Harry felt the adrenaline of the confrontation ebbing, leaving behind bone-deep exhaustion. The effort of closing the convergence had taxed even his enhanced physiology to its limits. You need rest, Lydia observed, noticing his fatigue. We all do, Harry agreed. But first, we need to make sure there are no lingering effects from the convergence. Reality tears don't always heal cleanly. The Nemeton, Lydia realized. If there are any remaining weak points, they'd be centered there. I'll check, Harry decided. Alone. The rest of you have done enough. Not happening, Malia stated flatly. We started this together, we finish it together. She's right, Lydia added. Besides, our combined energies were more effective than yours alone. If there are repairs needed, we'll be more successful as a trio. Harry wanted to protest, to insist they rest while he handled any remaining danger, but he recognized both the logic in their argument and the determination in their expressions. This wasn't just about practical efficiency. It was about the bonds that had formed between them, bonds that transcended conventional relationships. All right, he conceded. Together. The Nemeton stood silent in its clearing, the full moon now emerging from eclipse above it. The ancient stump appeared unchanged at first glance, but Harry's enhanced senses detected subtle differences, a faint luminescence beneath the bark, a resonance in the supernatural energy field surrounding it. It's been affected by the convergence, he confirmed as they approached. Not damaged, exactly, but awakened somehow. More active than before. I can feel it. Lydia agreed, her banshee perception similarly attuned to such changes. It's like it's more present in reality than it was before, more solid. Is that good or bad? Malia asked practically. Neither necessarily, Harry explained. But it does mean the Nemeton will likely attract more supernatural activity in the future. It's become a stronger beacon than it was before. They formed a triangle around the stump, each placing a hand on its weathered surface. Immediately, Harry felt the connection between them strengthen, flowing through the Nemeton's ancient power like a conduit. Images flashed through his mind, not just of the present or recent past, but spanning centuries. The Nemeton's history unfolded before his consciousness, its origins as a sacred tree in ancient times, its role as a focal point for druidic rituals, its cutting down by those who feared its power, and its continued influence even in diminished form. More significantly, he glimpsed its future potential, not just as a passive reservoir of supernatural energy, but as an active nexus point capable of controlled, limited connections between specific realities when properly guided. Not the chaotic convergence Reinhardt had attempted, but precise bridges that could be opened and closed with appropriate knowledge and respect. "Do you see it?" he asked his companions, sensing they shared at least portions of his vision. "It's showing us possibilities," Lydia confirmed, her eyes wide with understanding. "Ways to use its power safely, with proper balance." "A door," Malia said simply. "But one we control, not one that controls us." Harry nodded, the implications crystallizing in his mind. The Nemeton itself is offering a solution, a way to maintain connection between worlds without tearing reality apart. Not permanent openings, but temporary bridges created with proper ritual and respect. A way for you to visit your world, Lydia realized. To let your friends know you're alive, to maintain connection without having to choose one reality permanently over the other. "Yes," Harry agreed, hope rising within him. "But it would require specific knowledge, precise implementation. The kind of interdimensional understanding that only one person in this world possesses." "Reinhardt," Malia concluded with a grimace. "So we need him after all." "We need his knowledge," Harry clarified. "Not his methods or his ethics. If he's willing to share what he knows under controlled conditions, we might be able to create something beneficial from his research, while ensuring he can never again harm others in pursuit of his goals." The Nemeton pulsed beneath their hands, as if confirming the possibility. In that moment of connection, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness, not just about the potential solution, but about his place in this world, with these people, facing these challenges. What had begun as a catastrophic accident, his arrival in Beacon Hills, had evolved into something meaningful and purposeful. The Alpha Sorcerer wasn't just a title or a set of abilities, but a role, guardian of the boundaries between worlds, protector of the supernatural balance. As they withdrew their hands from the Nemeton, the connection between them remained, not the intense merging they had experienced during the convergence closure, but a comfortable resonance that felt natural and right. "What now?" Malia asked as they turned to leave the clearing. "Now," Harry said with a tired smile, "we rest. Tomorrow we begin building something new from what we've learned. Together." The following weeks brought significant changes to Beacon Hills, and to Harry's understanding of his place within it. With the immediate threat of Reinhardt's convergence resolved, attention turned to more constructive applications of interdimensional knowledge. Under strict supervision from Deepening, Argent, and the Pack, Reinhardt provided detailed information about his research into reality barriers and interdimensional mechanics. His cooperation wasn't entirely voluntary. The alternatives presented to him were decidedly less comfortable, but his scientific curiosity seemed genuinely engaged by the prospect of controlled, ethical exploration rather than reckless exploitation. The Nemeton became the focus of careful study, its awakened state providing insights into supernatural energy that benefited the entire pack. Harry, with his integrated abilities and interdimensional origin, proved uniquely suited to interpreting the ancient power's communications. On a personal level, the bonds formed during the crisis deepened and evolved. Harry, Lydia, and Malia developed a relationship that defied conventional labels, not a traditional romantic triangle, but something uniquely suited to their natures and needs. Lydia's intellect and banshee perception complemented Harry's magical precision, while Malia's instinctual understanding and directness grounded them both in practical reality. The arrangement raised eyebrows even within the supernaturally open-minded pack, but as Scott observed wryly, After everything we've seen, a relationship with 3 people instead of 2 barely registers on the Beacon Hills weirdness scale. 2 months after the convergence crisis, Harry stood before the Nemeton under the full moon, surrounded by the pack and the carefully arranged ritual components they had developed based on Reinhardt's research and Harry's magical knowledge. Tonight would be their first attempt at controlled interdimensional communication, not physical travel yet, but a magical equivalent of a video call between worlds. Nervous? Scott asked, noticing Harry's tension as final preparations were made. Terrified, Harry admitted with a small smile. What do you say to friends who probably think you're dead? Sorry for the interdimensional disappearing act. How have things been? Start with I'm alive and go from there. Scott suggested practically. The details can wait. Harry nodded, appreciating the simple wisdom. He glanced toward Lydia and Malia, who were positioning the last ritual markers around the Nemeton's perimeter. Their steady presence had become his anchor in this world, his connection to both intellectual understanding and instinctual truth. What if it works perfectly? Styles asked, voicing the question Harry had been avoiding. If we establish stable communication, maybe even travel capability eventually, would you go back permanently? The question hung in the air, though Harry knew everyone present had wondered it at some point. His gaze moved around the circle, from Scott's quiet leadership to Derek's grudging acceptance, from Styles's curious intelligence to Deaton's measured wisdom, and finally to Lydia and Malia, who had paused in their work to hear his answer. No, Harry said with quiet certainty. I wouldn't. My friends in that world deserve to know I'm alive, and I want to maintain connection with them. But this, he gestured to encompass the pack, the forest, the world around them. This has become home in ways I never expected. The Alpha Sorcerer belongs here, where the boundaries between worlds need guardianship. Where I've found new purpose. New family. The relief on several faces was evident, none more so than Lydia and Malia, though both tried to maintain casual expressions. Besides, Harry added with a small smile, I've finally figured out how to control 7 different supernatural essences without accidentally setting things on fire. Starting over somewhere else seems inefficient. That broke the moment of tension, drawing laughter from the group as they resumed their preparations. Soon everything was in place, the ritual circle complete, the modified communication spell prepared, the Nemeton's energy properly channeled. Ready? Deeton asked, checking the alignment of the ritual components one final time. Harry nodded, taking his position at the center of the circle. Lydia and Malia stood at precise points around the perimeter, ready to add their energies at the critical moment. The rest of the pack maintained a respectful distance, close enough to observe but far enough to avoid interfering with the delicate magical balances. Drawing on his integrated abilities, the precision of wizard magic, the instinct of werewolf power, the perception of banshee sight, and all the other aspects now harmonized within him, Harry began the ritual. Ancient words flowed from him in perfect cadence, his wand tracing patterns in the air that shimmered with emerald light. The Nemeton responded, its awakened power rising to meet Harry's call. The stump's surface began to glow with internal light, pulsing in rhythm with the ritual's progression. At precisely the right moment, Lydia and Malia added their energies, not through spoken incantations but through focused intent channeled through the connections they had formed with Harry. Their contributions flowed seamlessly into the working, strengthening and stabilizing what might otherwise have been too volatile for a single practitioner, even one as uniquely capable as Harry. The air above the Nemeton shimmered, reality thinning in a controlled, contained manner. Unlike Reinhardt's chaotic tear, this opening formed with deliberate precision, a window rather than a wound, a bridge rather than a breach. For a breathless moment, nothing was visible through the opening but swirling magical energy. Then, gradually, an image formed, the familiar circular office of Hogwarts headmaster, currently occupied by Minerva McGonagall, who appeared to be in mid-conversation with 2 people whose backs were turned to the interdimensional window. Harry's heart leapt as he recognized them instantly, Ron and Hermione, looking older and more careworn than when he'd last seen them, but unmistakably his dearest friends. They had survived. They were together. They were at Hogwarts. The ritual stabilized, the connection holding firm between worlds. Now came the most uncertain part, making himself visible and audible to the other side. Sonoris intermundum, Harry intoned, directing his wand toward the opening. The effect was immediate. McGonagall froze mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she suddenly perceived the window that had formed in her office. Ron and Hermione turned, following her gaze, their expressions transforming from confusion to utter shock as they beheld Harry standing before them across the divide between worlds. "Harry?" Hermione whispered, her voice carrying perfectly through the magical connection. "Is it really you?" "It's me," Harry confirmed, his own voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm him. "I'm alive. I'm safe. I'm somewhere else." "Bloody hell," Ron breathed, stepping closer to the portal with characteristic directness. "Where have you been? The Elder Wand exploded and you just vanished." "We've been searching for months. It's a long story," Harry said with a small smile. "Involving parallel worlds, werewolves, banshees, and a mad scientist with interdimensional aspirations. But the short version is, I'm okay. I've found good people. I've discovered new abilities. And now, finally, a way to contact you. Can you come back?" Hermione asked, the logical question that he had known would come first. Harry glanced at Lydia and Malia, drawing strength from their presence before answering. "Eventually, perhaps, for visits. But my path has changed, Hermione. This world needs me in ways I'm uniquely suited to address. And I've found connections here that are important to me." As if on cue, Lydia and Malia moved to stand beside him, visible through the portal to his friends on the other side. No explanations were offered or needed. Something in the way they positioned themselves, the natural harmony of their trio, spoke volumes about the bonds they shared. Ron's eyebrows shot up, and Harry could practically hear the questions forming, but Hermione's perceptive gaze took in the situation with characteristic quickness. A small smile formed on her lips as she nodded slightly, understanding without needing words. "Of course you have," she said warmly. "You're still Harry, finding people who need you, who you need in return, wherever you go." The conversation continued for nearly an hour, the ritual holding stable far longer than they had dared hope on their first attempt. Harry explained the basics of his new world, his transformation into the Alpha Sorcerer, and the challenges they had faced. In turn, his friends updated him on the wizarding world's recovery after Voldemort, their own lives, and the ongoing effort to understand what had happened to him. As the magical connection began to waver, signaling the ritual's natural conclusion approaching, Harry felt not sadness but satisfaction. This wasn't goodbye. It was the establishment of a new kind of connection, one that would allow him to maintain bonds with both worlds without sacrificing either. "We'll open the connection again in 1 month," he promised his friends. "Now that we know it works, we can refine the process, make it more stable." "We'll be waiting," Hermione assured him. "With considerably more questions and probably several magical theory books about interdimensional travel." "Wouldn't expect anything less," Harry replied with a fond smile. As the portal closed, returning to normal air above the Nemeton, Harry felt a profound sense of completion. The circle that had begun with his accidental arrival in Beacon Hills had not ended but transformed, expanding to encompass both worlds, both sets of relationships, both aspects of his nature. The pack surrounded him, offering congratulations on the successful ritual and support for the emotional weight of reconnecting with his original world. Scott clasped his shoulder with alpha assurance, Styles bombarded him with questions about wizarding technology. Derek offered a rare smile of approval. Through it all, Lydia and Malia remained closest, one on his left, one on his right, their presence a constant reminder of the new bonds he had formed, the new life he had embraced. Later, as the three of them stood on the Martin Lake house deck watching moonlight ripple across the water, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. From the boy who lived to the Alpha Sorcerer, from chosen one to one who chooses, from belonging to a world to bridging between worlds. "They seem nice," Malia commented, referring to Ron and Hermione. "Your wizard friends. Less uptight than I expected. They've been through a lot," Harry explained. It changes perspectives, fighting in a magical war. I liked how they didn't question us, Lydia observed. This arrangement. They saw, they understood, they accepted. That's who they are, Harry said simply. Who they've always been for me. Acceptance without condition. Like us, Malia stated with characteristic directness. Different worlds, same values. Harry smiled at the insight. Perhaps that's why it feels right to maintain connection with both. Different expressions of the same fundamental truths. The balance between intellect and instinct, Lydia suggested, squeezing his hand. Between calculation and impulse. Between magic and nature. Between complicated explanations and just being happy together. Malia added with a pointed look that made both Harry and Lydia laugh. They fell into comfortable silence, watching the moon, so similar to the one shining over Hogwarts yet belonging to this world, this reality that had become Harry's home. The dual nature that had once seemed a strange accident of interdimensional travel now felt like his truest self, not wizard or werewolf, not caught between worlds but bridging them, not divided in loyalty but expanded in connection. The Alpha Sorcerer. Guardian of boundaries. Protector of balance. Harry Potter, who had once felt fame thrust upon him unwanted, now embraced the title and purpose of his own choosing, with a pact that had become family and bonds that transcended conventional understanding. Whatever challenges the future held, and in Beacon Hills, there would certainly be many, he would face them not alone but connected. Not torn between worlds but belonging to both. Not incomplete but integrated, in every sense that mattered. What are you thinking about? Lydia asked, noting his contemplative expression. Home, Harry replied simply. And how sometimes you have to travel between worlds to find it. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.